ladies, gentlemen, children, boys, girls, crack addicts, and Twitter-addicted users. Welcome back! I have a new co-host in the form of JLongbone. Say hello, Jay.
Hello.
We have gathered here today in the month of Black Pride to ask and demand for our reparations. We are not kidding. Stick out your hands. Hello. How you guys doing? We haven't had an episode in like years. Anybody wants to TLDR, all you really need to know is that Charza could not do the podcast anymore. He had to start working and focus on stuff in life because he just didn't have the free time. And luckily, right before that had happened, we had already talked to Jay about joining the podcast, originally as a trio, but now it's a duo. There was no backstabbing, there was no conniving, there was no nothing. Just gonna cut that out of the gate because of what had happened before on a versus chat that involved a particular person that was kind of abusing the rules and trying to push past my boundaries to try and allow themselves access to special guests because, lol, I'm a show watcher. You can't tell me what to do. So, just want to get that out of the window because I know that person still lurks around. And it's a concern I know some people probably would have asked. Besides that, today is a nice day on Wednesday. How are you feeling today, Jay? You feeling lovely? You feeling special?
I'm feeling alright.
I took a shower. I did my hair. I actually remembered to make sure to do my hair correctly. Y'all can't see it, but my afro is looking vivacious. Vivacious. I've got volume in this bitch. I'm like that one black guy whose stand-up profile was always just him with a giant afro. I can't remember the black actor's name, but his face is stuck in my head. Besides that, got a lot of news. And I believe we should actually start with a first look at Wicked. I neglected to give you this link. Let me give you the link to the watch together. There you go. Let me know when you're inside. Meanwhile, we will talk to the audience. Yes, JLongbone. Thank you, John.
Alright, I'm in.
Wonderful. Do you happen to know anything about Wicked, by the way?
Just that it's like a prequel to The Wizard of Oz, right? And it shows
Yes.
the Wicked Witch and makes her more sympathetic or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's all I know.
Okay. Unfortunately for you, I was a theater kid in school. You already knew that, obviously. But
No.
no, I'm saying you knew that from my personality.
Not really, no.
Granted, I don't need to talk about what I did in high school much, but Wicked is one of those this is what Broadway is known for kind of shows and projects. Specifically, Wicked is an original Broadway play that does exactly what you described. The Wicked Witch of the West is given a humanizing story and name in the form of Elphaba, originally sung and portrayed and acted on stage by Idina Menzel, that one Hollywood actress that is also the Broadway singer that everybody knows about, seen about in all the Frozen movies because they needed a singing voice that was really good. The one that John Travolta fucked up the name of on stage in a really awkward moment. That's that woman. Besides her, there are a bunch of other well-known talents that have gone on to do other shit as well. Like the one Christina, I'm forgetting her last name person. But the generalized point of the story is basically woman is given a green drink as like a date rape roofie drug by the titular Wizard of Oz. And that Wizard of Oz impregnates that woman and gives birth to the green baby that is Elphaba. And then she goes on an entire adventure and history and story about herself to learn about who she is, what she wants, blah, 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 blah. But then when she meets the wizard and actually learns about who she potentially might be or is, people begin to learn to hate her. So she discovers her power, does whatever to obtain her own destiny and forge her own paths, deciding if they're not going to love me being good, I'll be titularly wicked. Basically, it's like a justification slash reinterpretation or reimagining of what if The Wizard of Oz was because of this. The important part about Wicked is that it's basically one of the Broadway plays people mention. They mention Hamilton, they mention Phantom of the Opera, they mention Hairspray, they mention a bunch of off-Broadway projects that have a lot of well-known Broadway performers on it. Usually people like Daniel Breaker, or more commonly, ironically enough, because he did all of them, and his name, Hugh Jackman.
Okay, I think we just needed the synopsis and like a little background.
Well, you see, this is important. I'm telling you, this is important because the problem with this is that when you see, you don't know because you haven't seen it, but when you see this, they're going to throw a fit, Jay, because what they did is they didn't get back any of the original voices, none of the original actors, none of the original Broadway originators. Because originating a play means that you're busting your ass doing a Broadway. Have you ever been to a Broadway play?
No.
Okay, so basically imagine your job is to sing and dance on season like a normal performer every single day for the Broadway season, which could be anywhere between like 6 months to a year and a half. And you're just doing this production over and over again. Rehearsals, set dressing rehearsals, showtime, performances, and then the ad-libbing you have to do when some bullshit goes awry and wrong on the stage. Broadway fans and the people who watch them, as you probably would know because of Hamilton and people going crazy for Lin-Manuel Miranda, that's where he comes from, are fucking bananas when you do something as egregious as not having the originating actors in a movie adaptation of that thing. So you obviously know about Rent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for that, one of the people that they could not get was the originator for Mimi, because Mimi's portrayer at the time was pregnant. So when they cast Rosario Dawson, most people were okay with that film because everyone else in that production for the movie was the same originator on the stage play, which also included Idina Menzel, ironically enough. Now imagine if you could. You did something really dumb, which was change the race and change the ethnicity of every single character in Rent to the opposite race of what they were. The white guys become black, the black guys become white, the Hispanic girls become Asian, etc. That's what they did to this film. Okay? When they've already gotten mad already, but when they get to see the actual film, Jay, they might actually go on a machete hanging spree, the way that they did during Frozen 2. They're gonna lose their shit. Now, that being said, now you can watch it. Because there are people who love this stage play enough that when they saw this, like I did the other day on camera, they were gonna physically revolt.
The best way to bring folks together.
Something has changed within.
Let's create a train. It looks like an electric shaver / dildo. Is that Bowen Yang? Is that fucking Bowen Yang?
Yeah, and that's Ariana Grande.
Oh god, like I feel like people just give him roles out of pity.
Well,
Like he's just a sad individual. Like wasn't he the reason Shane McGillis didn't get hired on SNL? Like
yeah.
Because
Mm-hmm.
oh, he's doing stuff about Asian.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's that recent thing where he was like flinching, like he noticed that Dave Chappelle was there at the I think during the end credits of SNL, and he was like oh, he's so sad. he's so fucking sad and not even that funny.
He's not a happy man. Not me.
He's just mostly sad.
Mm-hmm. And of course, they start singing the line from one of the opening parts for In the Emerald City, specifically highlighting something has changed. I wonder what it is.
The races.
You're green.
And you're bald. Because I actually reviewed this trailer already. Like I'm in the process of editing it, along with some like other Super Bowl shit.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was gonna put that in there because Ariana Grande is canonically bald.
True.
I think it's funny. And of course they gave her braids. Jesus Christ, micro braids.
See,
Could have just given her a wig. Black women wear wigs, straight hair. Could have done that. Why did you?
well, now, don't you remember what month it is? We wear our natural hair.
Also, those glasses can't be comfortable. There's no nose ridge. And you gave it to a woman with a wide nose ridge.
Well, you can make it all better by just having somebody do an audio edit of "You're black."
I am.
Something is not the same.
Something just takes over me.
I love how they try to make her look gangster in that shot.
To bring folks together.
I am.
Something is not the same.
Like, really, guys, really. I wonder. I wonder if this is the titular moment of "No good deed will I do." I hope that it's not. I mean, you don't have her looking like trash at the least. It doesn't look like the green paint that was on the skin of that one Zelenda character from Once Upon a Time. It doesn't look like she's sweating out of her skin and ruining the makeup. I have to hope that it's body paint and not CGI color.
Something just takes over me.
Trying to look like the notorious WICTCK. I can't spell witch. Remember, Chad, I'm kind of functionally retarded.
And when it does, bad things happen. Once
I magically make monkeys every time I point out a window.
you learn to harness.
Oh god, of course they brought Sandra here. Why wouldn't they bring Sandra here? She's just like...
Please don't touch me, Darky. Don't touch my handsome face.
I swear, Sandra Oh and a bunch of other, like, middle-aged, like, super Asian anti-age actors are showing up in projects now just like Nora Lum. If they can't get Aquafina, they pull Sandra Oh. I swear to God. And they put them together in a film, too, which I intended on making you suffer through.
Ugh.
Yeah. Now it's my turn to make you feel pain.
It's your emotions. The sky's the limit.
Bring her to me.
I need to take the chicken smell out of her skin. It smells like Popeyes.
And that was an okay joke.
I mean, it could been funnier if it had been like Scott Pilgrim's. He took the cocoa butter right out of her hair.
Don't be afraid.
Wait a second.
Bring her to me.
Okay. Aw, man, they got him in this too.
Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. It's the wizard who should be afraid of me.
That didn't sound right. That was kind of burpy. Like, you know, like how when someone sings that or yells, like it can sound a little burpy.
Yeah,
like,
that.
like
Yeah.
No, yeah, like they're kind of like retching in the middle of singing because they did. I don't know.
Yeah, that wasn't a really good vocal run. Yeah, that sounded a little. That sounded a little Showtime Grammy Award DV. And it'll be out by Thanksgiving. So you too can gather around the kitchen table and pirate this film. Do not pay for this film. You can gather around the table and watch this dog shit production that is going to make all of us sad on the inside. All of us. Every single last one of us. And of course, Moving from that, next piece of news. Oop-bop, ba-doop-bop. For all of you anime enjoyers, you probably have already seen it, but I want to talk about it. Let us talk about the embarrassment that is Crunchyroll taking your shit from you. Service update. Thank you for being a loyal Funimation customer. This Funimation service will be ending on April 2nd of 2024. You can still access the content you love on Crunchyroll, which houses one of the largest anime libraries, subs, dubs, catalogs, and simulcasts, as well as games and the Crunchyroll store. You don't have to leave your Funimation watch history and Funimation queue behind. You can migrate them to Crunchyroll. Log into Crunchyroll using the Funimation credentials if you already have the account, blah 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 blah. The important bit here, as a part of our transition to Crunchyroll, the price of your new Crunchyroll plan will increase from $54.95 a year to $99.99 a year, beginning next year in January 28th. Ah, doesn't it? Doesn't it make you feel good? Doesn't it make you feel good to hear about how people price gouge you? Because they already went up on the price of Netflix, and I'm pretty sure the Disney Plus price went up as well. Everything has gone up. Thanks, Biden. But this one particularly is hilarious, and tying it back into streaming wars in general. This is the reason why we pirate our shit. I'm pretty sure everybody pirates. We just do not openly talk flagrantly about it. Unless, of course, we don't give shit, then we, of course, will brag about it. But I don't think you watch nor care about anime. But imagine, if you could, that when the CW tried to get a Batwoman to be a thing, imagine if they had launched a CW Plus, and they decided that, yeah, because we got rolled into Warner Bros. Discovery, we're just going to put everything on to Paramount, and try to get everything to work through Paramount Plus as well, or any other kind of double-up service they have under their brands. Kind of like with HBO Max, I think. And they just decided, we're going to double the price, and everything that you bought digitally will never work again. You don't get to keep anything, you can't download it, you can't have a way to ship it to your home. Everything is just gone. Doesn't matter if you've owned it for years digitally. It's just gone now. You can't have it back. Thanks for your money. By the way, we used to be pirates ourselves, and then we stole your money and went legal, and now we're stealing your money again. How would you feel? How would you feel if that happened to you, Jay?
Oh my god, I was barely listening to that. I'm so sorry.
But no, how would you feel if somebody just randomly decided, hey, you're going to pay twice as much on subscription fees for a streaming service, and everything that you've ever bought digitally on our store, you will never have access to it again, permanently. It'll be gone forever.
Okay, see, you summed it up perfectly there. That's something I can answer. But yeah, that's fucked up.
The worst part is that they were told this for years. Inside of anime, just like inside of movies. Because there's another movie right now that is being slated and canceled by the new president of DC, or whoever the fuck is responsible for things over there, with whoever owns Detective Comics. I think it's Warner Brothers. Zaslav. He's trying to permanently shelf and delete Acme vs. Coyote. And just like when they canceled the Batwoman film, I guess they saw that it was going to be a failure, so they just shuttered it outright. But Acme versus Wile E. Coyote is already completed. It's already done. It's in director's cut. The director's cut being done, but he won't let it release, despite it already having all the costs done and things done. He's trying to wipe it from existence, just like a bunch of other shows. Kind of like when all those shows got canceled on Disney Plus, like the Warren, was it David? Was it Warwick Davis? The little person midget actor?
The little person midget actor. I like how you said both the PC and non-PC version. The little person midget actor.
Yeah, that show with magic and sorcery that I forget the name of. How they had that whole thing debut, air, come out each episode weekly with early 3-episode boot to start, and then they just outright canceled it and then pulled it from the app. That's what Crunchyroll's doing to every single thing that's inside their store here. Because, give me a second to spit. Because Crunchyroll and Funimation are owned by Sony. Originally, it was owned by a subsidiary of Sony called Otter Media, and they operated separately, but then operated conjointly together. But Crunchyroll and Funimation are the same thing. Same thing, same people operating in the same places. Crunchyroll operates mostly in California. Funimation, the digital side of it, technically also operates in California, but all of the majority of the voice actors, all the people who have been going viral with things with Kick Vic, and have gone viral again because Asmongold got harassed by Jamie Marchi, they're located in Cyprus and Houston, Texas. So Funimation, as a digital service, will no longer operate. But Funimation, the physical ADR, dub, and anime voiceover side, the physical business, will still exist and still be making the anime dubs that Crunchyroll will be using. But because they were two separate services, that's why they could justify existing side by side, because one could get licensing and the other one could get licensing. It was basically like a double dip profit margin for Sony. But because everything's shrinking, they shrunk the industry so bad because everything's so corrupt and hand-holdy behind the walls that they couldn't justify keeping both of them alive. So they killed one and rolled it fully into the other. But because they also don't care about the ideal of spoilage or content, they're just killing everything. There are people that have posted how they had like thousands, tens of thousands of purchases. Which, how the fuck are you spending over $10,000 on anime? I understand if you're playing it on merch, but you're on just digital animation. You're paying for something you could get for free. That's wild to me. There have been people who've been posting how much they've spent. And now everybody's been mocking them. Because it's like, haha, now you understand, now you get it, welcome aboard, bitch, welcome to the seas. Me, I'm still flabbergasted, even as I read this, even when I read this on camera. Because I can't be able to imagine that there are that many people who believe that you gotta support things the right way, because it had already been proven that this money that they use to support, quote, the anime industry is actually not even seen by the people that they are dubbing the shows for. They basically take almost about 95% of the profit for themselves. And anything that actually kicks back to the distributor and to the original creators is their actual overseas merchandise that people buy either through shoppers or through some other media service. I think the best way to compare this is if somebody had bought Netflix, and if Netflix had Stranger Things do season 5, but then canceled everything to do with Stranger Things, and then removed that from the service, and then after removing it from the service, pretended as though by putting something in its place to replace it as a big show, Lord forbid if that ever happens, and I'm speaking it into effort, please let it not be Big Mouth, that they would pretend that giving somebody something equal to that in value is supposed to be the equivalent of something that will be better for that replacement, and then pretending that everything is normal, while also taking $100 out of your pocket every year. On one hand, you could say that $100 every year is not bad. On the other hand, why the fuck am I paying $100 for a sub-service? For a digital product that I don't physically own? That's the crazy part. That's the ultimate crazy part. Which I hope everybody listening, just don't let your friends do this. Don't let them pay money for things that they can get for free. Especially if they have no reason to do it, other than just because they feel like they're missing out. Please don't. Please do not. Anyways, moving on to new news. Have you been paying attention to Shannon Sharp's interview series?
Not really. I kind of saw some clips from the Cat Williams one, but other than that, no.
I happen to have the link to the Monique Shay World one. Would you like to watch it?
How long is it?
I think it's at least 2 hours. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I would at least would like to look at some of it. I'll probably look at some of it on my channel tomorrow or on Friday. But I want to get a taste of what Monique has to say. Because me personally, I want to hear from Monique. It's been a while since she's been in like any kind of news at all. It's like I personally want to hear like what exactly has it been like for her since she's been away in the industry and just been not allowed to do anything.
Allowed.
There was an entire period of business where basically she was just blackballed because she was not willing to play the industry game. It's a whole fucking thing that I very vividly remember, because there's like a period of time where Monique was just not in anything. I think the last thing I
And that, like, right after the Oscars, though, she just, like, bounced.
Huh?
Just she was, like, focusing on her family or whatever. I remember that because then she came back out of nowhere and went straight to Netflix and was like, wanted to get that. She wanted to get that Dave Chappelle hookup, and
Yeah.
they were like, "Well, no, because you've been gone for 10 years,
Exactly.
and we can't. You don't put asses in the seats like he does." And then she tried to spin it like it was some sexist, racist, misogynoir thing, and I'm like, "No, you left for 10 years
Someone
and
said,
focus on
Shannon-
your family, which is fine. That's cool. Do you." Like that, family's important and all that, but like, there's consequences that come with that when it comes to career. And like, yeah, no one's gonna, like, if you don't fill seats like that, which you didn't, comedically, you didn't, like, not like Dave Chappelle, they were not gonna pay you that much. It's as simple as that.
Alright, I got it queued up.
Sharp don't mess with black women.
My grandmother told me something when I was a little boy. She said, boy, never chase a lie.
Come on.
I got black kids!
That's what I said. I said that baby's black.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price.
28 DraftKings Sports Shannon.
I'm just going to go through all of his ads because I don't want to watch the ads.
You can bet $5 and get 200 instantly in bonus. Of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay. And the young lady that's stopping by for conversation on a drink today is one of the best loved comedians. She's one of the most decorated actors. She won an Oscar, a Golden Globe. She's a Brit.
I couldn't hear him. What?
Well, I said, my shit was freezing up for some reason.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it was probably my transcription finishing up.
Academy Film, Theater, and Arts Award. She's a Scripps Howard Guild winner, NAACP Image Award winner. She's been nominated for a Primetime Emmy and a Grammy. She's a talented host, executive producer, writer, and an author, a versatile entertainer, a famed Hollywood star, a powerful name in the industry, a veteran stand-up comedian, a mother, a wife, a legend, the one, the only, Monique.
Wow. Wow. No one does that better, baby.
Thank you.
Do it again. Say all that again, baby.
Hello, welcome to
You
another
keep
episode
skipping
of
through it.
Club
What
Shay.
the fuck?
No, it's on 1.5.
What the hell is?
It's on 1.5.
Huh?
It's on 1.5 speed.
Well, it keeps skipping through the video on my end.
Shouldn't be. Let me refresh it.
For the love of God, just keep it on normal speed, because I think it's fucking with me here.
Shay, I am your host, Shannon
Come on
Sharp.
now. Put them damn cards down and read all that
Is that better?
Yep.
again. Oh, brother. Thank you. Thank
When we
you.
stop by, I want to toast you for your amazing, amazing career. Not only in front of the camera, but behind the camera and your stand-up career. Monique, thanks for stopping by today.
Thank you for having me, brother Shay Shay.
Thank you. Better drink some water after that one.
Okay. Who? Yes, indeed. Let me just say this before we start.
Yeah.
This right here.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk right to the sisters. One sip. Get you right there. Now I'm back to you, Shay. I'm back to you, baby. That's enough for me, baby. But, oh, sisters, if you're trying to make up with your man, if you're trying to get pregnant, this right here is Shannon Sharp. One sip. Take care of all your woes. Ooh, baby, that thing right there. Okay.
Monique, when you hear everything that I read on the card, what goes through your mind when you hear that?
A bunch of bullshit. Personally, for most of us, we don't have any context to what these awards mean. And that just goes to, like, pedigree packing. Everybody knows what that means. And if you don't, blah, 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 blah. The more nominations, the more awards you get, the higher your salary can go up. Because it's a measurement of whether or not people find you entertaining enough in the industry and profitable enough that if your name is on a poster and if you're showing up in a film, that you will put an ass in a seat. That's all it means. It means a lot more for men because the Hollywood engine cares more about leading male stars than female stars, but it affects women at a higher percentage because of the fact that the industry machine wants to make male stars more longevitous and female stars, they get burned through in a period of 10 to 15 years. because all of the casting call roles usually call for women between the ages for child actors, anywhere from 5 to like 17, usually playing for younger or older. And then from 18 plus upwards to whatever the industry decides is sexy and attractive. I think for my age period, from 1994 to about 2010, that would be anywhere from 14 playing upwards and downwards, but for like hard sell Megan Fox types, anywhere from a hard 18 to around about maybe 35, playing for like a 30-year-old middle-aged mom who got pregnant in high school. Because they don't view older women as attractive, unless we're talking about the period after having adult actresses appear for 40 plus in either comedic roles, serious spy thrillers, or in dramatic story pieces as either historical figures or as older women being sexually chased by younger men because of MILFs. Which at that point the scale goes higher to like maybe around about like 65. Depends on how old Vanessa Redgrave is. I'm pretty sure she's older than that. Besides that, really the thing that really sticks in my head more when I think of Monique is I think of her not her movies, but her shows, like The Parkers.
Mm-hmm.
Because African Americans, they don't necessarily watch films when they come out in theaters. They're usually the first ones to bootleg. A lot of her projects and a lot of her shows have always been centered on African American and introverted suburbanite culture. The Parkers is a perfect case example of that, because everybody watching her shows were watching UPN. That means, what is his name? Alexander something. Him and Kyla Pratt one-on-one. What was his last name?
Alexander. No, Flex Alexander. That's what his
Okay.
name was.
Yes, Flex Alexander's one-on-one. Her doing the Parkers, and I'm forgetting another one. And then them flipping over the channel to the WB and watching Smallville, watching Veronica Mars, and then there's another one that I'm forgetting. It's not Lost. Dead Like Me? Buffy and Angel. How did that slip my mind? That's the mid-age person that's in my age range's rotation during that time period. So, seeing Monique, if you look to her film pedigree, it's gonna be her comedic films, and not always necessarily her stand-up. I mean, she wasn't a bad stand-up performer. It's just that she hasn't been in the circuit for a while. And since she hasn't been in the circuit, the more common thing you're going to remember her for is for her movie roles and for anything she did on television. And she wouldn't do a lot of voice acting work either. So that's all I really think of. It's not anything against her, not anything against actors. That's just what it is. He said as a voice actor.
What goes through my mind when I hear you read that? I'm humbled by that. I'm grateful for that. I've been allowed to share a gift, because that's what it is. But when you start reading that, there's a part that says, who is he talking about? And there's another part that says, I'm grateful that I was able to put that work in to achieve those things, but all with humility.
You said we were talking off camera. You said, I want to get something. There's something I
Yes.
want to share with you,
Yes.
and I need to get it off my chest early.
Because that's why I'm looking at you now, like, why are you going into that? Because I told you we could not talk till I dealt with you.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, okay. So let me say this to you. The day I watched Skip Bayless lose himself with you, and that's what he did. He lost himself. And when I watched Skip Bayless say to you, put them goddamn glasses back on, boy. Now, I know he didn't say goddamn and boy, but that's what everybody heard. And I was waiting for you to snatch his ass across that table, baby, and give it to him. I was like, Shannon, this is the perfect time. I don't condone violence.
Right.
I don't say be violent. But that day, I was in my feelings for 2 days. Me and my grandbaby could not watch you for 2 days. And my husband had to say, Mama, let's talk about this. Look at Shannon Sharp. He retired in 2004, but he could still get on that field and run touchdowns, tackles, everything. Had he snatched Skip Bayless across that table, he would have died in Shannon's arms that day.
Right.
So Brother Shay Shay handled that right. Now we can talk. Okay? I just had to get that off of me because I know everybody around the world heard what I heard. No, he didn't say them words, but we heard it in his mind, and we was looking for you to say space and opportunity, Skip. Space and opportunity. Come on.
That's that be more coming out of you.
You know what? That's your Aunt Mary coming out of me.
I mean, if one was racist and funny enough, Carl, don't get yourself canceled. But like, oh man, what can I say about that? Should it be normalized that African American hosts and guests should generally normalize the idea of disrespect and violence? Probably not. But I think this is probably the most common thing that we deal with in anything, especially when it comes to internet interactions. It's really easy to want to do something because people forget themselves or they speak out of turn and believe that the normality and the courtesy of the talking setting or of the microblogger setting means that they can't get touched in the back of their head, when it very much does so mean that they can. But at the same time, we should not be so quick to spur to violence, because people who unironically are racist will use that as a case to just play the Uncle Ruckus theme and shake their head going, well, like a moth to a flame. That's why your monkeys can't do anything and why you're still addicted to the white woman's skin. It's unfortunate, but she's not wrong. But I dislike the fact that she's not wrong.
Your Aunt Mary coming out of me, baby.
I got an aunt named Mary Nell. Monique, you and her are a spitting image. I remember the very first time I saw you, and my sister and I, we were talking, and my sister looked at me, and I looked at her. I said, she's a spitting image of my Aunt Mary, and you are. You are. Hopefully, we're going to put pictures up when we run this. So you're from Baltimore.
Yes.
And I read everything that I read. When you were growing up in Baltimore, what did a young Monique want to be?
Just what I'm doing right now, baby.
You dreamed of this.
Just when I tell you, Shannon, from a little girl, I always wanted to be famous.
Okay.
Because I saw the Jackson 5.
Okay.
And I saw people screaming for them and hollering. And I'm like, damn it, I want them to scream and holler for me, but I couldn't sing.
Right.
But I knew somewhere I was going to be famous.
Right.
So I prayed to the universe, just let me be famous. I didn't understand what all came with that.
Mm-hmm.
As a little girl,
Right.
you just see the lights, the glamour, the glitz, and you fall in love with that. So that little girl fell in love with the lights, the glamour, and the glitz. That little girl fell in love with a woman named Oprah Winfrey on a local talk show in Baltimore called People Are Talking. And when I looked at that woman, Shannon, I saw me. I saw a big woman with a big head, big shoulders, and big feet. And I said, if that woman can do that, so can I. So that's what that little girl was thinking about from Baltimore.
Are you the type person that if you see someone do something one time, that means it can be done again? Because you saw Oprah do it. You say, well, Oprah doing it, why can't Monique do it?
I think Oprah, when I saw her do it as a little girl, was a push. However, had I not seen Oprah, my dreams would have still been my dreams.
Okay.
But when you see somebody that's inside of that space, because how many big black women are on TV even now?
Correct.
So back.
Too many. I joke, but she's kind of right. How do I broach this without losing audience members? And by that I mean losing absolutely fucking nobody, because I'm going to still say it anyways. Diversity is important, but not to the point where you need to push 15 different groups in front of a camera and pretend as though they aren't already included in society. To say that the general number of stereotypes in a film leans more towards being queer, queered, and gay than being the kind of racial stereotypes you would have expected in the 80s and the 90s for a project like American Pie or Scary Movie is higher than 85%. You could go to any group, including the group that's most commonly at risk and at fault for doing this, like GLAAD. There's literally too much gay. There's too much gay. Everything is gay. Everything is gay. I know it. Jay knows it. Everything is either extremely gay or homoerotically suggestive while still somehow being straight. My best citing example of this is Interview with the Vampire and Mayfair, which is from AMC. Both of those shows have exactly the problems that go with it. There's no reason why in the middle of the story there's just going to be a transgender character involved in a family mystery plot that has to deal with biological women. There's no reason why you needed to make Interview with the Vampire about the gay love story of a black Louis do butt crack. There's no reason. There's no reason why you had to change the character as presented by Antonio Banderas into a could be Houthi, could be Hindu, but generally Aryan looking character who makes him look even more like a fucking twink. It's just, it's unbelievable. There's so many shows to quote, but almost all of the ones I could think of, including a dog shit show like Generation Q. I think we only literally watched one episode of that and then skipped that entire show. There's too many fucking shows that have too much gay shit in it. Granted, most of it's because the shows are on cable. And of the shows that are not on cable, they're on the digital cable premium packages for shows like Stars. But even then, they have to keep people watching. So even if they had homosexuality, like they did in American Gods, between the Muslim character and the Jinn, they still have the hetero-romantic shit between people like that of that one guy that they had be Bushmaster in Luke Cage in that one episode of American Gods. You still have your sex happening in places, but there is more homosexuality, queerness, bisexuality, or polyamory than you do have traditional male and female gender roles and gender expression.
Mm-hmm.
It is important to have a diversity because you need to know that people can do things without having to expect that they have to be a particular certain way. But you should not do it in such a way where people believe that if they don't do it that way, they're doing it wrong. Because that's why there's so many fucking people that became broadcasters and streamers. All they saw is they rewatched a video on camera and they sat there and they screamed, "True! True! Epic! PogChamp! Resident Sleeper!" And that's all it takes to be a content creator. It never talks about the mind you need. Not just the mind for thinking, but the mind for content. A mind for comedy, comedic timing, and everything else that goes alongside, like figuring out what the path forward should be. They never show you the successes or the failures, which of course you're not going to know that the first time you see something. Even if you wanted to take all the time to learn, like a fucking guru, going out into the West to learn a new style of shilling, it wouldn't fucking matter. Because you'd still have to find a way to still be uniquely yourself. Which, boy, can I attest to having gone on that adventure. I think it's been about 5, 6, 7-ish years that I've been on the internet as a public figure, only because I got doxxed. But before any of that had happened, for like about 5 of those years, I was not serious about my YouTube channel. Trying to understand exactly what kind of content creator I wanted to be came down to what kind of humor I wanted to make and what kind of entertainment I wanted. And honestly, I started making shit because I got fucking bored of the people that I watched having basically nothing that interested me. So I started making the content that I wanted to see. Between that and college and then working in my daily life, we've settled into where we are now. And I don't think I ever necessarily needed to have a person to base it off of. But like I had told you before when you had asked me about this, when we talked earlier when we first met, watching you and watching all the other people I watched was an inspiration. But not because, look, a black woman, that means I as a black Negro can make it too. We making it out of suburbs with this one. We making it out of suburbs with this one. It was just as simple as, oh, we can do that? I can just make comedy? And it's that fucking meme about anime, like, I'm alive with the dreams of life, but I feel the same I've never been before. This truth is soothes and stars beyond it. It's so... And then Carl died. The end. But it's so overplayed than it actually is. It's extremely normal for people to arrive at the decision because, of course, you see all these people who are broadcasters, as well as actors and actresses, making millions of dollars who wouldn't want to become famous. But most of the way people go about it is how so many kids are getting embarrassed because they find out their mom's on OnlyFans because their bully is holding it over their head because they have her entire fucking collection for free because they got it off the fappening. I think it's lucky that my mom's generation, because I think she's like maybe 10 years younger than my mom, but our parents' generation got lucky with Soul Train and MCVO raps and all the other broadcasting entertainment, you know, what was it called? Was it America's Greatest Band?
I don't know.
Something along those lines, but they got lucky with having generations of people who grew up being able to have like mildly accessible but distantly unobtainable actors and celebrities to follow when that actually meant something. Now, internet micro celebrity is our mutuals going viral because they said something that's pretty fucking obvious to anybody with a brain, but because it goes against the collective opinion of the engine of Hollywood as it exists, or even just the engine of internet culture as it exists, that it makes them upset. It's a whole fucking thing that I feel is dumb, but is important enough to require some level of introspection. Because you do have to think about it. You should think about it in any case, because it applies to any industry you want to go into. But it matters a lot for entertainment, because if you don't have anything inside yourself that's a drive to entertain, whatever you try to make to entertain people is just going to fucking make you upset. Then you'll be upset at yourself and what you make, and then nothing will out. Like, everything you'll make will feel like shit, so you'll throw it away, start again, throw it away, start again, and then people will get so frustrated with you not making something that stands up to the quality that they believe you're capable of, but you haven't obtained yet, that eventually they'll get bored, and then that starts a self-destructive cycle where you just end up being frustrated at the world and then yourself. I think that's the more or less idea I'm trying to get out. Give me 1 second, I gotta pee. Okay. Now, what do you think, Jay, in your opinion?
You basically summed it all up because you kept talking, so. Let's just play.
See, there's like too many time I'm talking about.
Back then, you didn't see any big black women on TV that was doing it. So I think...
Does it have to?
Yeah,
Oh, there's plenty.
Florida Evans. Mother Love. What the fuck was that bitch's name? Like Nell Carter?
I feel like she's saying specifically big black because that's the buzzword. She has to activate the buzzword, otherwise people will be like, but, and it's like, no, big black women. You know, the ones y'all call cows. Heifers.
Not seen.
How funny would it be if a group of female comedians that were heavyset actually came out and made the heifers of comedy? How funny would that stage set be? It would be funny as hell if it could rival the Kings of Comedy.
Her. I would have still wanted to...
Just a couple of invasive Carl thoughts. Hello, Jay's sister.
do it. But seeing her, let me say, okay, it's possible. It's right there.
Right. What was Monique like as a little girl?
What you seeing right now, baby, ain't nothing.
So you always...
I just got, listen, let me tell you something. A lot of people in this industry don't like me, right?
Yeah.
They didn't like me as a little girl, Shannon. I'm so used to this shit. People didn't like me because I was going to tell it. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell on you. So what you said right now is the same thing you getting. They tried to fight my ass in the 12th grade, Shannon. They surrounded me, a group of them. Okay, wanted to fight on me. Why? Because I told the truth.
What you tell?
I told Andre that was not Lamon's baby because that's what.
There's a joke here, but unfortunately it needs twice as many people as I imagined it would.
That ain't your place.
Let me tell. Wait a minute, Sugar. You gonna calm yourself down? Okay. Do you see Shannon losing himself with me? You better back that up, Shannon. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Okay. I'm a person for right.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you tell me something and you say, Monique, I've done something to somebody, but don't say nothing. Shannon, I'm going to need you to fix that. Because if you don't fix it, I'm going to have to tell that because it's wrong. So when she tells me this is not his baby, but I'm going to tell him it's his baby, I can't let you do that. That's not right. So what I stand for is right. And I think where we run into a problem in our community, in our group, we get so caught in, well, that's not your place, but you see wrong happening, right? So when you see wrong happening, what you do? Do you just stand back and say, that ain't my business? Or do you look and say, well, I knew that wasn't his baby. Now the baby 21 years old and he's trying to find his father. What you gonna do?
Well, considering it's not my motherfucking business, I'm gonna keep my happy ass out of it. Cause what if LaShawn shoots me because I tell him that's not his baby? He asks me, how do you know? I mean, it sounds like it's hard and that it's supposed to be like a complex answer, but it's like the most common thing. What we coined the phrase, stay the fuck out of black people's business. We did that as a community. I didn't have a say in that shit. We did that as a group. So, I don't need to be in other people's business simply because I don't want to be involved in the consequences if I'm not willing to suffer them. I'm not suffering the consequences of fools because of the circus and parade they make for themselves. I can't do that. I've had personal relationships, I've had romantic relationships, I've had mutual business partners that I've walked away or disinvolved myself from because I did not want to be involved in their gay bullshit. Especially if I told them, listen, this is wrong, you should stop doing this, this is bad for you, and they're like, yeah, okay, I believe you, and then they went right back to doing what the fuck I told them not to do. Like, I'm a grown adult, they're a grown adult, they can make their own decisions. However, if I know something that's real fucked up, and it's as a matter not of, it's not my business, I don't care, it's personal shit, but something that involves something like a kid, or involves somebody's personal reputation to the point where someone's trying to basically get away with murder, and hoping that nobody gives a fuck, because, we'll see, nobody important said anything, so that means people will be more likely to believe the shit that I'll say next, so that way I can push them into doing something like suicide. I'm not for that. That I will stand against. But it's contextual, right? Somebody having, like, a personal affair, or having, like, a personal outing with their wife, and it's something that I know, I'm gonna tell the person. Because I should tell them. But me overhearing some random in the street, having Nick says this, I'm not getting involved. I'm going the other direction before I hear shots. That's basic survival instincts. That's all that is. Just basic survival instincts.
I'm asking you, what you gonna do?
Well, honestly, Monique, if somebody say, well, Shannon, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to tell you this in confidentiality, and I don't want to go any further than me, you, and this table.
Yes.
It stays with me, him, and the table.
Well, let me say this, because I'm going to go back and forth with your ass, okay? I would say, before you tell me, did you hurt somebody?
Yeah, okay, yes.
Before you tell me, is this something that would make me question your character? Before you tell me, you got to be clear about what you get ready to tell me. Because if you're getting ready to tell me something and I know that you've done something wrong, I know that you're wrong, and I not say anything, that's why people are allowed to keep harming people for years to come. See Harvey Weinstein?
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of people that knew what was happening.
But they felt it wasn't their place.
It wasn't
them.
Right, until it becomes you. So I think the moment we get into...
I think it was more about the fact that he had access to mafia power, Monique. He had trafficking money and could make and break careers.
Wait, who are we talking about again?
She brought up Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, okay.
into a space, and I was in the 11th grade at the time, okay? But when we get into a space where we say, listen, if I know you're doing wrong, and I take a position that's not my place, eventually you will succumb to what you support.
That's fairly true. If you tell your best friend you cheated on her boyfriend, or she cheated on her boyfriend with a guy, and then 9 weeks later she comes back to tell you, girl, I'm pregnant by that guy, and you don't tell her now fiance, soon to be husband, that the child she's going to then announce at their wedding engagement party is his. If you sit on that shit, and then the baby's born, and then you keep sitting on that shit, and then the kid's 5, and then you tell them, LaShawn, Keisha cheated on you with Marcus. That's not your baby. There's a whole whirlwind of emotions that's going to proceed when you should have told his ass before the reception began, like, listen, Keisha been fucking Marcus behind your back. She's pregnant with his kid for like 2 months, and she didn't want to say shit to you because she wanted to get access to your money. Get out. Get out. Leave. Leave. Run. Run. It's 2 different things. It's 2 different things. Because if you expect me to do what people expected us to do for Juicy Smollett, no. We're not covering for somebody who's clearly fucking lying. I'm not doing it. Simply because it's funnier to watch him fail. And also, I ain't got shit to do with it. Not a single black person was responsible for what happened to Juicy Smollett. Not even his sister. He did it to himself. He got addicted to the clout. He thought he was gay Tupac, so he could die in the streets like gay Tupac.
What was your relationship with the young lady that told you this in confidentiality?
I'm not going to focus on, I was in 11th grade, now I'm 56. But when she told me, I told her, I'm going to tell. See, I'm that. I'm going to tell him what you said. So we clear. I'm going to tell him what you said because that's not right.
Oh my goodness, Mo.
See, I think that's the problem that we're dealing with right now, Shannon.
Okay.
When we know something is wrong. Everything Cat Williams sat here and said.
Right.
We all know it to be the truth. However, we get so caught up in, well, I ain't going to say nothing.
Right.
Well, can you believe he said it? Or can you?
Or it's the messenger.
It's the messenger, baby. We get so caught up in the messenger that we'll overlook the message. People have a hard time hearing a 5'5" giant tell the truth. People have a hard time with a black woman over 200 pounds tell the truth because...
Does it have to be about weight? I feel like she focuses a lot about weight.
Does it also have to be about your race, too?
People that look like us, we should just be grateful we got invited to the party.
Right.
We should...
Oop, no fun. That's the alarm.
Just be grateful that someone paid us attention. I've dealt with that my whole life. I've dealt with that. So when you get to a space where you say, listen, I want to be free. I want to be free. I don't want to walk around intimidated, scared, fearful. What might happen? What they going to say? What they going to do? If it's your story and it's the truth, tell it. Because what you can do is be in a position to prevent it happening to someone else over and over and over again. So if I go back to the 11th grade with that sister who's no longer with us, rest her with that sister, I would do that again. Because if you tell me something and we know it's wrong, but you're going to pin that on somebody else, is that right?
No, it's not right.
And what would your Aunt Mary do?
Man, Monique, I swear, Monique.
You're not answering my question. What would your Aunt Mary do?
Well, she gonna tell it because you gonna tell anything anyway. So yeah, they probably know not to tell her.
But that's why you love Aunt Mary, because Aunt Mary kept it in check.
Yeah.
Even though you didn't want to tell her,
Right.
she was gonna tell that baby, you know that's not your daddy.
Right.
We're not gonna play like that. You love Aunt Mary.
I do. The uniqueness of your name, M-O hyphen. Most of the time, Monique is a singular. It's not M-O hyphen. What was that like? Because people say, oh, you trying to be different. You trying to be bougie. You know good well you spell your name Monique like everybody else spell
Yes,
Monique.
I do. That's my stage name. When I'm not on stage, my name is Monique. When I'm on stage, it's M-O, the little hyphen, N-I-Q-U-E. That's just entertainment.
Did you ever think about changing?
That's not a hyphen.
It's apostrophe.
Of course.
And also, who the hell is questioning her about her name?
If we somehow have allowed Nora Lum to integrate herself into allegedly African American culture as Aquafina, spelled with A-W-K, then I think we're okay on Monique. I think we're coping here.
You get to the hyphen?
No. On stage is one person. Off stage is somebody different. And sometimes we get the two mixed up.
Right.
On stage.
This is, however, true. I think a lot of people, because they become parasocial and forget, is that even with broadcasters and public figures / commentators and talking heads like ourselves, they forget that we're still people. Granted, the separation between myself and single player Carl is kind of like similar to yourself and JLongbone, but it's like the difference of like a hand distance between almost touching to where like somebody like Pokimane and her own personal self as a main is like a mile wide as long as your arms can stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Because like we're still ourselves. The way that I choose to speak when I'm trying to be Carl is not the same thing as, well, Carl, but they're still the same person. It's just that in public, where Carl will probably not say that, Carl is definitely going to say it, and is going to look around, look to the left, look to the right, then look directly into the camera for the Sigma post, and then say it. Specifically with a rock eyebrow wave. Like, content is content, but a lot of people kind of forget that because everybody believes everybody's putting on the airs, or they're so permanently online that the thing they see on the camera is what they actually are. I think it's probably more like that for guys than women, because obviously women don't always have the ability to be themselves on the internet, because if they do, it's a great way to get a stalker.
I am an entertainer.
Right.
Off stage, I'm a wife, I'm a mommy, I'm a friend, I'm a sister, I'm these different people, but I keep that stage on the stage.
How much of stage is actually Monique?
That's good, Shay. That's good. All of the stage is Monique, but there are certain things Monique's gonna say on stage that she wouldn't say off the stage.
Damn, Carl, what a nice read.
There are certain things on that stage, there have been people that said, oh, she cussed so much. Oh, I'm a performer, right. I'm an entertainer, and I'm on stage. But no one will ever find an interview of me doing what I do on stage in an interview like I'm having with you. It's two different things.
Right. What type of student was Monique? I read that you were in, I don't know if this is the correct way, but you were in the class that...
The slower one.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Doritos!
Yeah, you had a couple...
Say it, baby, now. I want you to say it.
You want me to say
She's Jacksoning him. That's funny.
Spell it out.
How about this here?
Hey.
You got 2 naps. You had 2 recesses.
Okay.
And you stayed in the same classroom.
Okay, but I did not wear a helmet.
Okay.
Now, since you want to go there, I did not have to wear that helmet, baby.
So,
yes.
Mon,
and we're canceled on Twitch.
I sit here with you today. You didn't all of a sudden become this advanced. Why were you in that class?
Because we had bad mouths, and they didn't know where else to put us, and they knew that we knew the material, but it was safer for our own protection. Not because we were getting in fights, but people kept trying to fight us, and either they could not keep up or we were too good.
I'm not going to play with you, Shannon. Okay, some of them damn words Cat was using, I was like, what? I said, oh, he's sucking it to him. I never connected with school because I always felt like it wasn't adding up. So when you're trying to teach me about the Boston Tea Party, but people that look like me is at the bottom of the boat, I can't connect to what you're saying. I never connected to, because I always felt like something was off. When they were teaching me about history, we were always the savages and we were always the bad people. And then you saw these white people be all the heroes. And as a little girl, I said, something's not adding up. So I don't look at that as a bad thing. I just didn't connect with it. It made no sense to me.
So you never.
Congratulations.
So you were slow then. So you were actually.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it seems like here's how this is coming off to me. This interview, it feels like a lot of like deflection.
A little
You can never
bit.
you can never properly answer a fucking question.
It feels like media training.
Yeah, just answer the fucking question and stop with this fucking woke bullshit. Because I was in a slow class because these crackers weren't giving me the proper education on my people. Like, shut the fuck up.
They weren't giving me the real history.
Come on.
Congratulations, Monique. Your check from the NAACP and the SPL Law Center will be on its way. Please specify if you would like it in classic or spicy.
I had a problem with the learning, but the disconnect was what they was teaching and what you actually saw. You like, what you teaching me is not what I actually see.
You know what, Shannon? It's a combination.
Okay.
It was a combination, okay? I wasn't grasping it and I didn't believe it. So it's a combination. And when you have a child that is full of energy and is sitting in a classroom that is closed in all day long and you're trying to tell me all that I'm not.
But who taught you the concept of racism? That's a pretty big concept for a kid to do. They're already slow. I can't sit there imagining like, wait a minute. They were racist. Why the black people at the bottom of the boat? They drowned on you. Miss Palmer, why the black people in chains and all your heroes be white? William that is on a Mayflower? I swear they were embarrassed.
It just did not add up to me. It just did not make sense to me. So there's no shame to it. When people say, was you in the soul class? Yeah. You know, we colored.
But let me explain it away where I looked like I'm actually. I can't just fucking be honest and say, well, maybe I was falling behind. Maybe I had a big mouth and disruptive.
Because wouldn't that be well, it doesn't have to be the classic background of a comic. Because technically, a lot of comics probably wouldn't start out that way. They would learn it as they go. But usually the class clown would be the one you'd expect to be a comedian. If the class clown's fucking up back in her day, they would just be put in the slow class to keep them isolated from everyone else so that they wouldn't be a fucking nuisance in the middle of the lesson for all the people whose parents would be like, why the fuck does my little fucking Billy have to deal with this? Because Monique's bitch ass can't shut the fuck up in the back of the room. Talking about, why your ass so big? Why you wiggle to and fro? You can't even fit in the seat with all that cake. That sounds like something that would happen. Carl's definitely not talking from experience.
But don't overlook what you don't think is the package supposed to be.
Right.
Also, what she keeps saying is that she keeps acting as though she was completely woke as a kid.
Yeah, like I said, this is bullshit. Like, she's deflecting the fucking question.
Mm-hmm.
See, again, we come back to the messenger. Nobody thought that I would be. And I'll go to my family. Like, nobody thought, not the fat one. She's not going to be the one. Not her. So I've been used to people doubting and counting me out. And for me, as that little girl, it's like one day. And that one day is right here.
Even your family. So how was your family? How was your brothers and sisters? Because I mean, look, we joke. I mean, I got a brother and sister, and you know, we joke with each other, and I can imagine if the situation were if one of us was in those class, we gonna get them jokes off, Monique. It is what it is.
No one paid enough attention.
Really?
Like, no one paid enough attention, because though we lived in a household together, we were very individual. So no one even paid attention to what was really going on, and to include my parents. And that's not a victim story. That's not, oh, woe was me. It's just what it was. So it wasn't like, oh, you dummy. The jokes were always fat. They were always fat jokes. Well, okay, so I'm so used to that. But
Are you the only one in your family this
baby, the only one that sneaks snacks. I'm the only one that'll sneak them damn snacks, Shannon. I'm the only one. Yes.
So how would
I'm not believing her by her saying that nobody in her family paid attention to what was going on in her personal life. I'm super not believing that.
Well, so what would you say your relationship then and now was with your family?
Well, my relationship now with my family, they're my biological family, and I wish them well.
Mo.
Well, here's the thing. I watched you do I think it was like a little clip, and they were talking about interracial dating.
Yes.
And you said, why would somebody stay where they're miserable?
Right.
That applies everywhere, Shannon.
Okay.
It just doesn't apply to that, especially in our community. We've been taught, take care of your family, make sure. Well, there are some families that deserve it. And there are some families that you have to say, listen, I'm so glad we had this time together. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's where I am with mine. I wish all of them the best, but that's what it is. Yeah. So even as I sit here with you now, with all that's going on in Hollywood and all of the stuff I had to go through, I've already been through it with people that you call your family.
Okay, but what? Give us some examples. Did you come home with a girl and they're like, I will not be living in a house with a fagaloon? Like, what happened? Who did it? Who did it? Because you say that, and yet you were married to a black man. You'll actually, I've seen clips of the thing. I haven't seen the whole thing. You will then go on to say, how could people say, how dare you not say this, or how dare you say things while a black man is standing behind you? Shouldn't he be speaking for you? Blah, 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 blah. So, who in your family made you want to cut off ties with them so that you would say that? And what was the situation? What was your lost and delirious moment, Monique? Unless you give me examples, I don't give a fuck. Because what the fuck does your family have to do with Hollywood? Were they trying to take your money? Were they trying to pimp you out, like the Jackson 5 and the Jackson Father? Like, what was the initial spark that led to it?
And I have to say, you know what? That has to just wash off when I know what I'm standing in and what I'm standing on.
You're absolutely right, Monique. My grandmother used to always tell us, she'd say, son, teeth and tongue may fall out, but family never should. And she stood on that. No matter what transpired in the family, no matter how bad someone had treated you, you should never fall out. But hearing you say that, that's different, because just because we're blood, that doesn't mean we're family through blood. But sometimes it's somebody on the outside that's not blood, that's actually closer family than the actual biological.
We've been taught to say trauma is okay. We've been taught to say you mistreated me, you abused me, you violated me, you disrespected me, you belittled me, but I'm supposed to look at you at Thanksgiving and say, how you doing, Unc? That's what we've been taught. You swallow that pain. That's why people have such a problem with Cat Williams. People have a problem with people that says, I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to tell the truth. And that causes a ruckus, and you would say, why are people upset with the truth? When you hear Steve Harvey say, there are repercussions when you tell the truth. Well, remember when we were children? What would your grandmother tell you?
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth, because if not, there will be what? Repercussions.
Right.
Well, now it's got turned around. When you tell the truth, there'll be repercussions. So what's the opposite of that? Should I tell a lie and get a reward?
Yes, that's called playing industry favorites. It's called quid pro quo, Monique. You're an intelligent black woman. I think you understand how business operates. Doesn't mean that's good, but I think you understand how the business operates.
Well, that's how we're rolling right now. That's how we're dealing with one another right now. So when it comes to family and people saying, oh, Monique, how could you? Listen, I want to live the rest of this journey that I have in peace. I want to be with my family, in love with my man, he in love with me. We watch our babies grow and develop their own families. I don't need anything in the midst of that because you family, that I should accept that trauma. I should accept you not taking accountability for what you've done, what you've said, and we just washed the slate. That's why we're in the position we are now as a community, as a Black community, as a community in entertainment.
I reject your narrative because the problem with saying that is that it means every single Black entertainer needs to follow a collective standard. And if that were to be true, then you wouldn't see any Black actors in Hollywood, period. Because that means every single person would be expected to take a backroom deal. Or would be expected to not take a backroom deal. And I'm not even necessarily saying because they took a deal with somebody like Weinstein. I mean specifically, if they don't toe a particular cultural line and think politically Black, then that means that we've done some disservice to the greater community as a whole. It's like saying, man, it's really bad that Jonathan Majors had the audacity of being with a white woman. If he had been with a Black queen, they could have been fist fighting inside of the fucking club and fist fighting inside the home instead of chasing around in the Paris streets like a fucking hoodlum, making us look like a bunch of goddamn octoroons. How could you fucking do that? You big bugaloo. How could you? Because, like, on one hand, you could say that, but then let's swap stupid ass Jafari for him somehow getting in a fight with Megan Good. What's more hilarious? A Black man running down the street like he's trying to get away from a 69er quarterback, or a Black man running down the street trying to get away from fucking thinny ass Megan Good running after him in heels? Unironically taped like it's a scene from a Wayne's Brother comedy film. The Black one is worse. Because then, if that were to happen, it would be the exact same thing, but then you'd be saying, how dare you? You out here making all of us look bad, making it seem like Black women can't be loved on because you have some bullshit going on in your house talking about, I'm out here doing things for the community. You egotistical, self-centered motherfucker, who do you think you are, Black Lex Luthor? How dare you? You're making all of us look bad. See, look at all those men going over to go treat those white hussies. This is why we can't keep things in the community. Now they're out there spreading their wild oats in those cotton fields. Please do not call white people cotton fields. Please do not call white women cotton fields. I understand it might be funny, but don't do it.
Everybody's been so afraid to say, look what they did to me. Look what they said. And it's like, oh, well, listen now, we don't want to ruffle no feathers. Feathers, especially if the messenger doesn't fit what people should think the messenger is supposed to look like.
Right.
And we keep repeating history, Shannon.
Is it a situation, Monique, where people look and say, well, you made it thus far, well, it couldn't have been that bad? Because if it has been as bad as you say it is, Monique, how would you have ever gotten out of B-More? How would you have ever gotten into Hollywood? How would you ever have a talk show? How would you ever be on a sitcom? So how is it that bad, Monique, and you end up like this?
Because she didn't have to suck dick back then. I'm almost certain to do it now, especially if you start from like an influencer position, which is what she would have ended up starting at as our profession and age. She would have probably tried to do OnlyFans as fetish material with size, and then harass people, saying how dare you not like big women, etc., etc. Show up on the whatever podcast and get mocked by somebody like Destiny, something like that.
You know when you first got in the NFL?
Yes, ma'am.
Your eyes were like this.
Yes.
And it was, oh, I made it. I'm here.
Right.
And then after you start getting in it, and you started seeing things, and you started feeling things, and now your eyes start getting a little closer because now you're understanding what the business is.
Right.
So when you first walk through the door, you're walking through the door saying, come on, baby. Oh, this is all I've ever prayed for. And when my baby Cat Williams sat here and said, no one's ever gone out to LA and got a sitcom like that. I was in LA for 3 months. And here comes a show called The Parkers. And there we go from there. it took off from there. So I think that when people say if it was
Now, Monique, I don't want to stop you, but I need you to understand Hollywood back in the 90s is not Hollywood in the mid. When did Kevin Hart actually first have his first special? One second. Excuse me. I just want to see his fucking. Okay, Wikipedia. Okay, filmography, television, comedy specials, comedy specials, comedy specials, comedy special. Oh my god. Comedy specials, filmography, discography. His first comedy special was 2009. The early 90s is not the same as the exact crust and turn of the first 10s. You're gonna have to explain what the fuck do you mean by that. Because Cat Williams saying somebody can't just fly into town and immediately have work and get their first special in 2009 after, let me look back at this, after showing up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, a few films, and then his television discography, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, showing up in a couple of random episodes of Def Comedy Jam, Comics Unleash, Love Inc., and a couple of guest spots on Wild 'N Out. Nobody just does that. Nobody just does that, because I'm looking at his television and his film discography. His first film was Paper Soldiers, and then I guess his first particular on-screen portrayal was Scary Movie 3 as CJ with Anthony Anderson. And then television, episode of Comic Groove, Undeclared, as a character in a recurring cast, Comedy Central's Presents, and then eventually BET's Top 5 Countdown, and then in 2006, alongside that, Comics Unleashed, and then Def Jam Comedy. How did he go from all of that to immediately getting it in 2009? Because if he was just making those as appearances, where's any of the other appearances of him doing tours? Because he didn't start touring until 2015. How did he go and get a special like that? The math isn't mathing. The math literally isn't mathing. I'm just saying. Anyways.
so bad, you mature. You begin to understand what you're dealing with.
Right.
You begin to understand what you're in the midst of. And once you understand it is when you can speak on it.
Right.
But before you really know what you're looking at, how do you speak on that?
Right.
Because when you first walk in the door of Hollywood, you have everybody telling you, oh my goodness, you're going to be amazing. Oh my goodness, this is going to be incredible. Well, that's all you know.
That is all you know.
Yes.
But you're so happy to be here.
Yes.
And you're like, okay.
When I listen to your story, you say dirt poor,
Yes.
bathroom outside.
Yes.
It was, we had to make it work however we can make it work.
Correct.
And then you get that first big check.
Yes.
And you think the people that gave it to you is awesome because they gave it to you. And it's more money than you've ever seen before until you find out this ain't the right money. This ain't the right amount. Wait a minute. If they got this, why am I getting this? Then you start putting the pieces together and you start saying, it's not right and I'm going to speak about it. See, when I saw Taraji broken on those platforms, it was painful to watch. However, Taraji and I had a conversation.
I don't know what she's referring to.
Taraji P. Henson was in this video talking about how she's apparently broke, has no money, but But like that can be attributed to all the dog shit projects that she's been in for a while.
Yeah.
Like Hollywood's all about like return.
Mhm.
You get back what you return. Like if you put asses in seats, yeah, you're gonna get what you ask for, what you're demanding, or what you bring in. Like it depends.
And like Taraji shouldn't have any reason to say that she's broke. She is Hollywood fucking gold. Because of her, and I'm forgetting his goddamn name. Original Rhodes.
Terrence Howard.
Yeah, because of her and her work with Terrence Howard on Hustle and Flow, and then everything she's been doing since, even including her and their run on fucking stupid ass Empire. They are quite literally things that people love in the industry. Because if there's anything Hollywood loves when it comes to black actors, it's putting asses in seats in the movie theater because they can do dramatic roles, comedic roles, and semi-emotional roles while still giving legitimacy to the idea of the hood classic image without being hood. Because Taraji can look like she's a hood rat, but is actually refined. Terrence Howard can look like he is a dusty wife beater looking at who makes beats and tracks in his house, but he could also be an undercover agent that works for the government. And also, both of them can play a comedic role. And also a serious dramatic role.
They're versatile. You mean they're versatile?
Yes,
like,
they're extremely versatile.
Sum it up. Versatile. They're versatile actors.
It's a little bit more than just being versatile, because sure, they're versatile actors because we don't see them through their race. But Hollywood is all about demographics. They speak to the demographic of people that, in the demographic of African Americans between the ages of 7 to 51, are believably passable as each of these things, but have the quintessential essence and stamp of black approval that Hollywood can just reach over and be like, hey, let me get my rubber stamp, Taraji P. Henson, Terrence Howard, man, we can't use that motherfucker anymore. That motherfucker's touched a white woman. Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, shit. Who else can we get? Let's get one of those Johns. Let's get a random celebrity actor from nowhere. Ooh, Jay Farrow from SNL. Jay Farrow? Yeah. Who else can we get? No, we should get that TikTok stuff. Yeah, King Batch! That's what they do in Hollywood. Regrettably. And it's probably the most annoying factor, because some of them really should not be there. Like King Batcher. Like Andrew Bachelor, as much as he can be, like he's.
Batch, I barely see him anywhere. What you talking about?
He shows up in a lot of.
He's always into like into like Tyler Perry type shit.
Exactly.
Like some low grade shit.
Exactly.
What I would call successful.
In the sense of where they're like, if we can just bring out somebody to fit this role, that's what they do. Granted, I definitely wouldn't like using King Bachelor, but King Batch is actually a good example of what it looks like when somebody who could be successful isn't, just because of how hard he leans on stereotypes, which is half the reason he doesn't get as much work as possible. It's radioactive to touch somebody who actively leans on the stereotypes that they have been told you can't use. Because on one hand, he's African American, he's allowed, but at the same time, it feels targeted. So they don't want to use people that it would feel like it's a target and a plant. Too much like a plant, especially if they come from the internet era. They want something with legitimacy, but not too much legitimacy, unless it does have legitimacy. And Taraji P. Henson is like right up that alley, because they don't have to say, well, she's kind of a risk. No, she's won Grammys, or excuse me, she's won Emmys. Pretty sure she's won daytime Emmys, and she's also won her Oscars. They can't say no to her. So it's weird that she's saying she's broke, but okay.
Over a decade ago.
Yes.
In my trailer, when I was doing the Monique show. And she said, you got to keep on getting it until your turn comes. And I said, Taraji, most of us die before our turn comes. We got to ask for it right now. Now, I understand that because there was a time I felt the same way.
Exactly.
Because that's what I was told.
Right.
You just keep going and we'll get him the next time. We'll get him the next time. We'll get him the next time. And the next time never comes. And then you see our sister broken, sitting on those platforms. Now, when I said it,
why didn't it get the traction when you said it that when she said it? Now all of a sudden everybody is coming, and I don't have a problem. I'm glad.
If she says it's because she's thin and black, I'm gonna laugh.
Yes.
But if you said this a decade ago,
lighter
and I
skins.
remember
Don't
you
forget
saying,
Yep, can't get colorism.
Yeah, people got to throw that shit in there.
Remember, if you can describe a person's color with a random combination ad lib of Kool-Aid flavors, then you might be racist. But then again, what do you imagine when you think of something like black grape cherry? True.
over a decade ago. Why didn't it get the traction? Why didn't it get the support? Why wasn't it propped up when Monique said it?
I think there's a few reasons why. Number one, it was the messenger. I should just be grateful I got invited to the party. You a big fat black woman. How dare you be the
No,
one?
say it the right way. You big fat ass bitch. You should be happy you even got at the table. You gonna suck everything up any goddamn way. Say it the way you mean to. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me.
No, because when you were saying it, your situations didn't add up to what you were complaining about. Like I said before, you fucked off for 10 years after that Oscar. And you didn't do shit. You didn't fucking do anything. You weren't in anything that was up to your caliber at that time. As soon as you get that Oscar, you need to start putting in the fucking work. You need to start taking shit seriously. The same thing that happened to Jamie Foxx for a while. He won that Oscar and he was in bullshit after that.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, he was coasting by. He got lazy. But the only difference between Jamie Foxx and Taraji and Monique is he doesn't fucking complain. He just keeps it moving. Like, he does what he does. And people still love him and appreciate him as an actor. You can't sit around and fucking complain.
It's not a masculine.
When you hit a new rank.
Yeah, it's not.
You gotta work according to that rank. You cannot just fuck off. And it's, well, I'm done and I'll have the same respect as I had before if I for 10 years. Like, no. That is not how they work. Like Dave Chappelle. Like, he fucked off for a while, but the thing is, he knew if he came back, he would have to build that shit up again. He started doing like little stand-up shit. He built until he got to the Netflix special. Like, he wasn't just sitting around doing nothing. Like, a lot of these like, to be fair, like, I'm gonna be honest. The discrepancy, like the worth ethic discrepancy between male actors and actresses is a wide one. Let's be honest. Let's be really real here. Because I think when actresses when they get that glamour and all that shit and they get to a certain level, they get a little too comfortable. And they think it's gonna last forever. They think that status is gonna last forever, and then they don't realize that Hollywood's about it's about demographics, it's about the looks, it's about this and it's about that, and about that work ethic you put in behind that. And like, I don't think they get that. I really don't think actresses, not all of them, but a lot of them don't get that. And then when they get to Taraji's fucking age, she ain't popping hot ass anymore. Not really. And like, you basked in the glamour of being an actress, and while you should have been fucking working. You should have been working. You should have had after Empire, you should have had some kind of like backup thing. She's been in like nothing but bullshit. Other than like the Empire show she was on. Like, regardless of how you feel about the quality of that show, it doesn't matter. Like, it was a hit show on Fox. And she was killing it with that. But then the movies she was in were not killing it. So when the show was over, guess what? You got no regular check coming in, and then the movies ain't hitting. And then, like, considering how Hollywood has just gone down the toilet in general, and how they've been relying on streaming, you're fucked. You're fucked. Sorry, but you're fucked.
Like, she'll be able to coast along based on the residuals because of all of her projects being streamed, but there's no, if you're watching this thing, you can see the new Taraji P. Henson hit coming out soon, which you'd expect that to be there. Like, yeah, if I watch Soul Plane, I'd like to be able to do a rotation of Soul Plane, The Love Doctor, and then whatever new fucking bullshit's gonna come out soon. between whatever actor is working with this person and working with this person. I would expect that. I would expect.
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I would expect that she would understand that concept, but maybe it's on her agent or maybe it's on her personally. We don't have that information, but even then, that shouldn't fucking matter. What do you mean you don't understand? You've been in here for this long?
Yeah, and the thing with Monique is like she's not like of course she's a dynamic person. She got a lot of personality, like dynamic personality. She is funny, but she's not a piece of ass like Taraji used to be. You know what I mean? She was never that. So she can't coast by on that. Like there's certain actresses who came out, they had everything. They had the talent, work ethic, they were a hot piece of ass, and like it all worked for them. And like there's certain actors like Julia Roberts, she ain't never gonna be broke. Let's be real. She ain't never gonna be broke because you know she put the work in behind the scenes. You know she did. She took advantage of that shit. Her Jodie Foster is like she started directing. And like you gotta have a side hustle. You can't just be around here like, oh, I'm an actress. I won an Oscar once. Like Brie Larson, like she won that Oscar. Same thing with her. Sooner or later, she gonna be like that old, crusty, like social justice warrior white woman who ain't got no ass. Like she think because she was in once, got that Oscar, she gonna coast on that? Like no, you put that work in, and you're not even likable on top of it. Shit, it's over. It's over.
It's not really a masculine trait to try to complain when you are on that position. Though, granted, I know I've complained before, but it's a different type of complaining, and the complaining has to come from a valid place. So, a good example is that after he gets fucking washed for Kang, and they do whatever bullshit comes next, whatever Jonathan Majors does, if he complains about it, he can't whine. He has to use it as a stepping point to explain, and then here's how I drive
him. Yes, it's got to drive him. You cannot be like, you cannot act like an actress as an actor. Let's just say that.
He has to use it as a place to say, and then I pivoted, and then I did this.
But considering like Jonathan Majors, his mindset, his mentality, from what I've seen in like interviews and just what he said in general, he's gonna grind regardless. He might pop up if mainstream Hollywood doesn't let his ass in. He's still gonna be like, he's gonna be in smaller black movies. He's probably gonna end up being, in like some Money Plane movie or some shit.
Possibly. He might take.
No, like no offense to him, because like he will be in shit that'll probably be beneath him, beneath his talent. But like he's gonna grind regardless to get back up to where he used to be. If he doesn't make it, but I think he will. I think he'll be fine.
He's not gonna end up. Right. Yeah, he's not gonna end up pulling a Taylor Lautner directly after the Twilight Saga, ending up in a throwaway action adventure film and then having just nothing, unless he just shows up in a spoof of a piece of work that he was in. That would be the death knell for any actor, but especially for male actors. Female actresses, they can kind of get away with doing that, simply because a lot of the times that they choose to go that direction, it tends to be the comedy horror that they can do it in. The actress from The Chilling Tales of Sabrina, what is her fucking name? Something. Shit, fuck. I need to look it up. Something unique, because the first name that came to me was Joey King, and yeah, she's doing the same thing as well. No, I remember. Stupid ass name that sounds like a male name. Kiernan Shipka. She's done a bunch of, I think it's, what's that horror film service called? Shriek Horror? Is it called Shudder? Whatever's the name of the service is. There's a bunch of different ones. But she's been doing a bunch of direct-to-streaming movies that are actually kind of funny, as well as a bunch of, every now and again, a couple of feel-good, like, Hallmark films, and then a couple of horror films, kind of like the one she got famous for, The Something's Daughter. He gets the Black Sheep's Daughter, or the Sheep's Daughter, or the Blacksmith's Daughter, something like that. But those films, she's been doing a bunch of films like that on the side, while doing a bunch of other shit. The same way that Joey King came on the scene with The Kissing Booth. But then, all of a sudden, she starts showing up in shit like The Princess, and then eventually showing up in a fucking film like Bullet Train. That happens with hard work, diligence, and somewhat of a level of knowing your craft and also knowing your niche and staying in the groove of that niche and riding that groove. It'd be one thing if somebody actively like puts a finger in your path. Like if any of them had wronged somebody in Hollywood, like on a Weinstein-esque level, and they were actively being halted, the same way that in this case Majors was being halted by Marvel, it would be one thing for them to complain about that and then try to recover. Because it would be seen more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not generous. It would be seen, not genuine either. It would be seen as more tolerated as a woman if that had happened. As a man, you'll get like maybe one film cycle, which would be a fiscal quarter. You get 3 to 4 months max before you are gonna have people questioning like, so when your next work coming out? When's the next project you finna be in? When next work? Like remember the Aladdin actor, the main Aladdin actor for the Disney remake, and how after that happened, it was like, I gotta work, bro. Can y'all hire me?
He complained once, and then suddenly he was in a bunch of like one of those fucking, oh my god, like some Hallmark movies, some Netflix direct to streaming bullshit. Like you can only, as a dude in Hollywood, you can only complain for like 2 seconds, and then you got to get on the grind or shut the fuck up.
Like in any kind of business sector, especially in this entertainment business sector, it's kind of been normalized that a streamer could complain infinitely about, I'm being fucked over like this, I'm being fucked over like that. On one hand, yeah, if someone's trying to pedo jacket you, or they're trying to fucking wife beater jacket or woman hater jacket you, you kind of have to fight back against the allegation. But there is no reason one should be so stuck in drama that they forget to put out work. Like, there's no reason, for example, there's no reason that I shouldn't be putting out at least a video a month if I'm really working on something that I edited. And there's no reason why I shouldn't be putting out, technically, a video a day. I should be a lot hungrier than I have been. I've been on the grind since the new year started. But last year, I wasn't really happy with my output. I had a lot of shit going on. And even with that excuse happening, only like maybe in private with you, 4 or 5-ish times, I've complained. And when that happened, I would then immediately be like, okay, I'm going to go do some work. Or then I'm going to go live and I'm going to go stream. Because every day I was streaming. Continuing every day I've been streaming. Unless, like the other day, I didn't stream so that I could save my voice for today. You don't have an excuse to not do it because it's like, okay, these are movie actors. We're YouTubers. I see bullshit happen on Twitter every single hour on the hour. There's no reason that I shouldn't be taking that story, turning it into a video, putting it into a video, because I do this all the time, and then going live the same day, 10 minutes after that video gets posted. And then having people know, hey, yo, there's a new video posted. Y'all should go watch it and come back and tell me how it was. There's no reason I shouldn't be doing that every single day for the next 10 months. And then, even if it's one well-edited video a month, that I shouldn't be putting out a well-edited video a month every single month. Because I'm hungry. I'm not necessarily so broke that I'm destitute, but like I've always said, I am a African-American male in the line of poverty. I don't got an excuse to complain. Give me your money. I don't know how she can justify complaining when she took a 10-year step. Even in our line of business, not making a video for a week is like being away for a month. But you did it for 10 fucking years? And then you came back and said, hey, yo, I want that Chappelle money. You got Chappelle talent? You got some Chappelle work? Put your hand back in your pocket. Like, I just don't get it. I honestly don't get it. He said, well, small. But realistically, I don't get it. It's like watching a famous person who has more than you complain and say, bro, I don't know what to do. Meanwhile, you're a person who's small, who has little to nothing, or even has a piddly something to your name, and it's like, motherfucker, I can do it better than you. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. I can give it to me. Let me do something with it. It makes me want to make shit when she complains like that. I don't know if it makes everybody else in the audience does, but it makes me want to make shit. Because what the fuck are you saying you don't know what to do? What do you mean you don't understand how to do it? You couldn't find the energy. Yeah, I couldn't, I wasn't motivated. I couldn't find my creative drive. Money! Let money be your creative drive. Let being funny be your creative drive. Find something. I shouldn't say it, but to the incels in the audience, all two of you, if booty, if coochie has to be your motivation, please find something. You can't complain and do nothing. Actually, no, that's actually the same thing. If this were the dating market, right? If it was the dating market, because it's kind of a similar idea. If it were the dating market, and she's like, oh man, I can't find a man. There's no man out there for me. I can't possibly be able to find someone. When will I find a boo that will make me feel less bougie? And then if somebody sticks their head in the door and be like, why don't you take your fat ass to a gym? Why don't you get on that treadmill? Start committing yourself to what is it called? What is that company called? Peloton? Start committing yourself to Peloton and get off Hostess. You can't say that they're not wrong. Maybe they're foul for the way they said it, but are they wrong? No, because we know that's what we would say to men. But for some reason, we don't want to say the same thing to women because we think they're soft. When sometimes the women roast the women harder than the men could roast the women. To the point that it feels like it's hatred. And sometimes it is. And that's not even mentioning the hatred between light skins versus dark skins versus heavy-set women versus women that they could get heavy and then they could lose the weight in like a week. And they're like, why does she get it so easy? That's an entirely different topic. Let's get back to this shit.
One. And then on top of that, you're saying names. You're saying Oprah's name out loud. You're saying Tyler's name out loud. You're saying Lee's name out loud. You're saying Lionsgate out loud. That's not what we do. We say they. We say the people. We say the studio. We say the producers. How dare...
Is Lionsgate a predominantly black employing company in film? Why did she mention Lionsgate? That's weird.
You actually say our heroes' names?
You're very specific.
These are our heroes. How could you say their names out loud? Because they're the ones that did it. And if I don't say it out loud, now you see a woman that is swallowing that pain, that is so stressed out. Then you see our sister Taraji P. Henson sit on that platform. And I love that baby because she's a beautiful spirit. But to see her that broken, what our community was saying was, we have a hard time, some of us, we have a hard time seeing a strong black woman with her back straight and a chin up and a strong black man standing by her side. We have a hard time accepting that.
This would be the section that I've seen on the internet.
But we can accept seeing a black woman broken. Now it's really serious because she's falling apart. Our community had a hard time with those two things.
True, same.
And when I would hear people say, why is...
I grew up in a house full of women.
There you got motherfuckers that like this inflation shit and the economy. And you're telling me, bitch, you don't have any savings? You weren't grinding? You weren't like trying to like... You don't have any backup plan. You have the position to have a backup plan. A lot of these motherfuckers out here don't.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you're crying because you didn't safeguard your future. Like, motherfucker, please.
It's like
nobody wants to hear that.
It's like when you made your first millions, you did not go to somebody and say, find me the most Jewish and nearsighted motherfucker to guard my accounting book. I don't care if his name is Shmeem Schmeckelstein. We going into business, motherfucker.
It's just hard to take celebrities seriously when they complain about not getting enough money. It's like,
plus,
especially when they've had their moment.
Mm-hmm.
They did the Oscars. They got an Oscar or were nominated for one. They were in some big movies. Had a TV show, and you tell me you don't got shit to show for it? Get the fuck out of here.
It makes me also look double fucked at them because most people don't even have enough money to even comfortably play the stock market and try to grow a passive form of income, even if it's not like them doing like small fucking art shit. Because a lot of these actors are actually professionally talented in the proper classical arts of painting and design. A lot of them don't ever get their shit put out there because they feel uncomfortable doing so because it's a more private part of themselves that they want to reserve away from the cameras, and they know that if they start putting it out there, people will take that from them, and that's another piece of themselves that they have to give away. But there's no way where if you have the amount of money that you had, both at your heyday and even now, there's no way you're telling me you couldn't pull away $5,000 of that money and then break that up into 1,000 blocks to be played over the fiscal quarter, and then playing that in even smaller decibel amounts with stock options, and then going to a person who you trust to give you good information on what to predict on the futures of. There's no way that you're telling me there isn't a single celebrity that, even if they didn't know about it, that their kids didn't walk up to them and say, Mommy, get onto Robinhood right now and bet on GameStop. You're not telling me there's not a single person that would have approached you with this. Because there's too many actors that are gamers. There are too many actors and movie directors that have too many kids that are super jacked into the fucking system. That there's no way you're telling me you had nobody who's able to tell you about a Roth IRA. And even then, with the amount of money that you're making, even if it's a 2% interest growth, 2% of like $1 million saved over every single project turns out into a lot of money that then goes into somebody's trust fund. So I don't believe it. I need to see the numbers. I need to see some numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband there.
Either that or the people,
Why is he there?
the financial people you have in charge of your shit are stealing from.
Oh yeah, that's it.
It's a sad day when we're questioning why a black man would stand with his black woman.
I mean, it would be a weird day for anybody to question why any man who's married to a committed partner would support his committed partner. In influencer history, we would question it because sometimes these relationships be fake as fuck. I, for one, don't like family channel content. Like the Ace family. I don't like it. And the reason why isn't because I believe every single family channel just makes fake content. One of the first family channels I ever learned about because of Vine was the Ebby family. Pronounced and spelled E-B. E-H-B-E-E. Son, daughter, husband, and wife. I think they're like white, mid-Hispanic. Literally, their children have grown up from being small little fucking kids, aged 6 and 5, to them now being grown-ass fucking adults. They have a clear definition and boundary of what they will and will not do with their son and daughter and with their public image. Meanwhile, over here in the other fucking corner on the side of the internet, you've got motherfuckers having kids and pretending to have kids so they can clickbait videos. You've got motherfuckers buying mansions that they can't afford so that they can look cool and look good and sell the vision of what a perfect white picket fence family would look like with urbanite settings and ideas and examples with the demographic that they look like, since a lot of them happen to also be interracial because they're already interracial to begin with, and then their kids become interracial as well, and they're trying to play up on that wholesome family vlogger view, but also trying to play the angle of looking like they are, like they're a very successful success story rather than just barely making it by. And that's not even talking about the ones that have obvious abuse cases happening in the back, like Family 05.
Mm-hmm.
I despise family channels because I have never once seen a single celebrity start a celebrity family channel. Not once. Not a single one.
Will Smith kind of sort of tried to, like, he's got kind of like that vibe going on.
See,
like he kind of dipped into that a little bit.
It would have made more sense to me if Jaden Smith had become a streamer, then I would have been able to see it. Because there's no reason his daughter shouldn't have been involved in makeup and fucking beauty care. There's no way. Like, if his daughter had started making YouTube videos about intricate African hair designs or urban hair designs or just anything to do with hair care, beauty, and whatnot, and then she got like a cosmetology degree, which would only require like 2 years of her life involved learning, and his son had become a streamer, kind of in the vein of Kai Cenat, but rather than using celebrities as a way to make his stream pops, because people like seeing celebrities because, oh my god, guys, he knows he knows Nicki Minaj. Instead, it's him, and it's him being real, without the glitz and glam of a camera. Because he's Will Smith's son. He was going to get views regardless if he was to do that. It was just literally them isolated in their own unit, making shit without the feel and need of TMZ trying to bang down the fucking door to get an interview with them while they're live on the camera, literally hearing the clicks from outside the window. Oh my god, Willow, trying to give us a smile. And then she walks over to the fucking screen and is like, anyways, back to how you do this box braid. Same thing with fucking, the son. And then he would be in the kitchen and he'd check in on them doing their particular content. You might see a glimpse of him around the corner, like doing a sneaky little side eye from the door frame. That, if he had done something like that, then I could have been on for it. Because the thing that I never see with family channels is I never see celebrities get involved in them to the point where they make it clear that, yes, while we're making this channel, I will be putting no extra advertising effort into this. I'm literally making it just like any other fucking nobody would. And if it blows, it blows. And if it doesn't, well, it's a fun bonding experience for me and my family. I have never seen a celebrity do it simply because they want to have a way to share something with their kid. Like, actually no, that's a lie. Technically, there is one that I believe in, and that's the one that was made by Jack Black in Jablinski Gaming. It's hard to say his last name. Jablinski. He technically has done this, but that's because Jack Black has ascended to the level of, I don't give a fuck, I can do what I want because I know I'm the shit. Him and his son. He's already done it. He's already achieved it. But that's not the same area and level. Will Smith being internet social media star, that quite literally the same way how we said on Red Table Talk. See, now my voice is starting to go. I have to use my real Carl voice. The way that he talked about this on Red Table Talk is exactly the reason why I don't like it. Because for him, his entire life, his career, and his prospects for now were ruined by Jada doing what she did. Whereas with Jack Black, he was already making shit. He was already a personality who had his own YouTube channel way before somebody like Brie Larson tried to make hers to pretend that she was gonna do the YouTube thing and never fucking committed to it. I swear, if it would be involved in someone's contract that they actually had to go live and stream every single day before the premiere of a movie and do something for 6 hours a day that wasn't being on set, which would obviously make their days run longer, but I'm getting to my point here. If they had to commit to doing something, the same way that they had to do acting, and they had to do it while also being at the mercy of being like us, they would not be able to stand and do it unless they were doing it with somebody else, because they would have no fun. Because it feels like some actors have no personality outside of themselves being the personality they have to be for the cameras. They have no rich inner life. And the family channels probably are the worst case example of that. Especially when she starts bringing up her husband doing shit. Because every single time we ever see a couple in drama, it's usually because somebody cheated on somebody or somebody's becoming trans. That's all I ever see. I don't know what your thoughts are, but that's all I ever fucking see. I don't think you have any thoughts, do you?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So when you hear black women saying we're the most undervalued, disrespected,
I don't believe that, and I don't believe that.
I don't buy that either.
mistreated.
I mean, if all you ever do is date men who beat the shit out of you, and you refuse to date the square because, you know, the other guy, when he puts his hands on my neck, I just get so wet. That's on you. Pick better men.
Violated, exploited.
Again, same point, same topic.
We get all of that. Then you see a black man standing with his black woman saying, not on my watch. And you hear some black men saying, why her husband gotta be there?
Because there are some men that hate women to the point that if a man stands up to speak for the women, it tells them, no, you don't get to come over here and put your hands on my woman verbally or physically, because I will beat the shit out of you. Because there are men that specifically wait to see if somebody's going to intervene and stop them before they beat the shit out of women in public. Because some men are misogynistic assholes. Excuse me, misogynistic? How do you even pronounce that? but are they're either self-hating or they're black-hating misogynistic assholes. And their targeted misogynoir is specifically because they like taking advantage of people that are unprotected. Which is why the most common thing inside of single-parent households is that men are taught that they should respect and protect women. Which is why there is also such a big epidemic of women feeling like they are being targeted. Because those black men in those single households don't have a single man to tell them, actually, sometimes that black woman is being a bitch, and you should call her out. That's kind of like the long and short of it. Like, woman tells man, why aren't you protecting me? Man tries to protect black woman. Black man gets his ass beat by black man because of something black woman might have instigated or been responsible for. Black woman takes no accountability. The full cycle, that includes black man calls black woman out and either talks to her, Lord forbid he put his hands on her, unless she's trying to fight him first with knives or whatever. But black man corrects woman and says, no, do not call his wife a bitch, because I'm not gonna fist fight her husband. Know our place. Not your place, our place. Because they're a unit. Black woman says, you know what? You right. Let me keep my mouth shut and wait for the perfect opportune moment. That's kind of like that problem there. Especially in the black community. Also, you keep mentioning black again. The most common pairing I have seen in the dating market in like the last 5-ish months have all been interracial couples. I don't think black people are dating black people unless they're like anti-identitarians who also happen to be communists. I'm not seeing it. Because all the people who believe in the black culture needing to be politically black are also people who are completely politically fucking lost. Or are so fucking crazy that the only people who date them is black people who are also crazy.
We're in a sad state of affairs when we begin to question black love and black unity. So they didn't want to hear me, some of them, because of what I look like, because I spoke about their heroes.
Those two things I can believe.
And because they saw that man standing right there strong.
I still don't understand what you mean by that. But I guess you'll explain. This is the end of the parts that I've seen already. Do you want to keep going or do you want to go to the next topic?
I want to keep going. Like, I was hoping you'd have like certain parts of this video bookmarked, because there's one time where she was talking about being a hoe and being in an open relationship with.
I do not have them bookmarked. I usually save content. I don't try to earmark it ahead of time because I feel like that cheapens the first reaction experience. I'm sorry.
Did they question the validity? Because we had never seen this before. Not so public, not so present.
Yes.
Did they question you and his relationship?
Me and my husband?
Yes.
When you say question, what
But it's like,
because they did, but I want to understand what.
Because okay, did they think that was your husband, or what was he, your manager? Because he's been everything.
Yes.
He's your lover. He's your manager.
Name
he's your
him.
confidant.
Name him.
He's the father.
Come on, name him.
Whatever he's all encompassing.
Yes.
He's a toolbox with all the tools that Monique needs.
All of it.
Stop it! You're making it too easy for me, Shannon. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! The misogynoir is giggling in my blood.
And so I heard people saying that, why is he there? Why does he have to be in every interview? Why does he have to be in the background? Why can't Monique do that? Why not?
Why not? Why not? And that's when you see, and these are my sisters, but when you see Taraji, when you see Viola, when you see our sisters speaking out, you never see their representation sitting right there with them. Mm-hmm. You never see them saying, listen, we got to fight together.
Right.
My husband is also my manager, which is my representation.
Right.
But again, we've been so beat down that some of us have a problem with this black man saying, I'm standing right here strong and I will not flinch and I will not budge. What a sad state of affairs we are now in, where you have people that look like you and I that would question why this man is standing there. That, for the life of me, is disheartening. When we heard Brother Malcolm say, we've been run amok.
Malcolm who? Malcolm Lawrence?
Hmm?
She says Brother Malcolm, but she never said a last name. I can't imagine she's talking about Martin Lawrence. Is she talking about Malcolm X? I don't fucking know.
We've been hoodwinked. We're now doing it to ourselves. We're now doing it to ourselves. So when you say, Monique, it was different, because we had never seen that before. You said their names. Let me say this. I'm not the first one.
Right.
I'm not the first one. But we get washed away in history so easily that we start thinking, oh, this is the first one. This is the first one. Her name is Claudette Colvin. And she's not the first one, but she was before Rosa Parks. But because Claudette Colvin did not fit the picture that they thought she should look like, she was dark-skinned and she had coarse hair. And because the organization, I believe it was the NAACP, did not think.
Bitch, are you trying to tell? Are you trying to say that skinny, light-skinned Rosa Parks stole the civil rights credit from another fucking? Are you serious? Are you?
I'm glad we continued.
Oh,
Christ, really?
oh, that's some bullshit. Oh my god.
She was just talking shit about how black folks be doing it to each other, and then you fucking like you bitching out Rosa Parks? What?
How dare you? How dare you not be fat, black, and loud? Oh, now the racism is trying to get out of my lungs. Oh, it's addicted to bullshit.
She would be accepted by the white people. They had to get somebody that they said the white people could accept. We keep repeating the same.
Oh, okay, wait. Hold on a minute. Pause.
Wait. Was it Terry for Martin or something?
What was that?
Wasn't Rosa Parks like a secretary for Martin Luther King or something?
I think so.
I'm sure that was a deciding factor. Not her fucking skin. Get the fuck out of here. Come on.
Also, what do you mean the white people? Do you mean the supporting white people who thought that they were really good upstanding Negroes? Or do you mean all the clannish types who said, how dare you, you uppity Negro? Because I'm pretty sure the white people who would have said uppity Negro didn't care if she was thin and black. I think they would have cared that she was black and sitting in their seat. You know, as was the law. Monique, you saying some bullshit? I mean, you just stop. It's not making sense.
Because what I said is no different than what anyone else is saying. Not at all.
Right.
It was the messenger. And it was the way that I'm not putting my head down. I'm not shedding one tear. I'm not going to say, I don't want to say their name because I might get in trouble. I'm going to say all of it.
Right.
Because when you really think about that little girl coming behind me, what I don't ever want that baby to see is me broken. I don't want her to see me falling apart. And I understand it. I understand how it can happen, Shannon, when you may not have a foundation at home.
Correct.
When you may not have that man at home or that woman at home, whomever, that support person saying you're not crazy.
Right.
I got you. Come on. We're going to go through this. We're going to get through this. So
Yes, but why did you have to make it around race, though? You make it sound like everybody's got to have their own little personal Morris chestnut. Specifically if they're a black woman. Don't you think that's a little bit otherizing? Specifically to all the fat black nerds?
So, for us, if we start taking things for what they are and get out of our emotions, we'll be so far along.
Why don't you take that own advice and stop talking so much about racial integrity and skin in the black community? Why don't you start living that example, Monique? Why don't you start living that example?
do you believe punishment? Punishment is not only meant for the perpetrator, but it's also to deter others from said acts.
You see it.
Do you believe the punishment that was bestowed upon Monique was not only to punish you,
saw it,
but to deter others from saying what you said?
Well, Shannon, see here, and I'm going to answer that. But sometimes we act like we don't know our history. See, back in the day when they had us in chains, they would beat one real good.
Right. But in front of the others.
In front of the others, and they let everybody know what you don't want is that type of ass whooping.
Right.
So what they said was, we're going to beat Monique really good. We're going to sit her down. And
now you're saying that you were the fucking sacrificial lamb / whipping boy. Because clearly it had to be a fucking conspiracy.
It's always a conspiracy. It's not that I didn't make the right moves when I should have made. It's just that everyone hates me.
That's not to say that there can't be conspiracies, because certainly there's one that's definitely going on in entertainment in a whole, and sometimes when it comes to things like YouTube and streamers, because of course there fucking is. But you can't just say, it's a conspiracy here, because you know conspiracies exist. Just because you put Colby Jack on your sandwich doesn't mean it's not going to not be a cheeseburger. But claiming that because I put Colby Jack on it, that clearly I must be trying to kill you because last night you had a dream that a man would put Colby Jack cheese on your sandwich and then you would die of poison. I'm going to look at you like you're crazy. You're speaking crazy right now. Stop it.
made it public. Financially, my family took a hit, Shannon. And when I tell you we took a hit,
Right.
we took a hit. So when you see our sister go through that, you see her go through, and we act like our eyes didn't see what it saw when we watched that promotion happen with The Color Purple.
Right.
We wanted to act like we didn't see how Oprah Winfrey treated Taraji. In my humble opinion, when you saw her walk up, you saw that there was tension. You saw that there was something happening.
Right.
And then when you see Taraji
is a proud, fat, dark-skinned black woman. How could that be? How could she mistreat anyone?
True. Goddamn. True, though.
Love letter. It's like, listen, we got to stand tall and stand strong on what we know. We know you were mistreated. We know it wasn't right. We know it was unfair. And then you turn around and say, oh, but Lady O handled it. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that because that allows Lady O to keep on doing what she's doing, and we're in a position.
I mean, she's right about this.
I don't want to say nothing.
Okay, that's
like,
true.
because people were like, people really wanted someone else to blame for, because apparently Taraji P. Henson said that, well, during rehearsal we didn't have any food and blah blah blah, and I'm like, well, this is Oprah Winfrey's fucking project. How are y'all not eating? And like people will try to find any other reason to not blame Oprah fucking Winfrey, the billionaire who is funding this little pet project of hers. But it's like, no, it's on her. It's just like with that Baldwin shit when he shot the director and the cinematographer. That shit's on him because he's as a producer and he's on set every day. You got some kind of fucking responsibility for this shit. Well, you're just a producer and blah, 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 like always trying to explain away shit. No, you're responsible. You're responsible. You should be on this shit.
Yeah, remember that entire fucking promotional push that Will Smith did for Bad Boys for Life about him being on set and how he was handling the props? It's the exact same shit. Why do we use that excuse? Well, it's not an excuse, it's reason there. Why do we use the reasoning for this with him and say, yes, absolutely, that's what's supposed to happen? And then over here, we decided to throw that logic out the window, and we somehow forget that those skills and that critical thinking applies in the exact same way. I understand that for some people, it feels like a logic leap, but it's not. It's like, fire is hot, so I won't stick my hand in it. That guy's gonna stick his hand in some fire. Because it's not happening to me, I don't see the relation to why I should care. See, he done buried himself in the fire. See, that's why you shouldn't stick your hand in it. There's a disconnect between step 2 and step 3 here. And when it's happening at a distance, I understand there's the bystander effect, And because they're celebrities, we believe that they're so elevated above us that if we choose to say anything, that we're somehow destroying the deific position we put them in. But that's the reason why you shouldn't care about that deific position. And someone should quite literally be willing to throw a shoe at them and be like, if you don't stop being a big fat bitch, somebody has to do it. It doesn't matter if it's another black actor, actress, or a white actor. Lord forbid it be that white actor. It'll be fucking news for like 4 months. They'll make another national holiday for black people because of it. But somebody has to say something. Somebody has to do something. And somebody has to remind people, yeah, even though we're getting mad at her, can we please remember that we wouldn't be here if your ass had done what you were supposed to fucking do? I don't understand why they can't connect the dots. Sometimes I know they do it on purpose, but it's not that hard.
Because we saw how Monique got whooped. Now, again, that's just my humble opinion. But I don't know I don't know how else to frame that. It's like, listen.
Frame it with some self-respect and responsibility? I don't know. That's hard.
You better fix that because you saw what they did to her. You saw how they treated her.
Is it a situation, do you believe it's a situation that Oprah might have faced something similar that maybe wasn't as public as you? And she's looking at it, well, if I faced that, went through it, and came out on the other side and look at me, it should be okay. Because sometimes we get that with parents. You know, I struggle. You say my kids should have to struggle sometimes also. Do you think that might be something?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa. I struggled, so my kids should struggle too. To what
like, nigga, Taraji ain't Oprah's kid. No.
That's the first part. The second part, to what extent do you mean that? Because intergenerational wealth is probably one of the top 5 problems in the black, but if you want to be serious, black diaspora. I'm not going to say community because Lord knows it's not a community. I have suffered, so I want my kids to suffer because blank. In my household, I was told, the reason I'm doing this to you isn't to punish you, it's to teach you a lesson. If you misbehave in school and you get bad grades, I'm going to turn your room into the Sahara Desert. And if you get mad about it, take that anger and frustration about seeing your 4 bare walls and getting them fucking books. Lesson, do good in school, you get to have stuff. Don't do good in school, I will remove the distractions until you can learn proper time management. If child suffers the slings and arrows of time management, then later on in life, they will know why time management is good. Why? Because time blindness, being on black people's time, even though it's a meme, is bullshit. It's an unacceptable concept. But the way that he said that made it sound like what he actually meant was, because I had nothing growing up, you'll have nothing growing up. Even if we have money to afford it. I will turn into Julius from Everybody Hates Chris. Fuck them kids. I like money. My brain couldn't comprehend that for a second, so I had to slow it down so I could think about it. And it still sounds just as dumb as I thought about it in those 5 seconds. Let's not pause Andy him. Let's see if he actually elaborates on what he means.
Going on with her, or you just like, there's a disconnect?
There's a disconnect.
Okay.
There's a disconnect, and there's been a disconnect for years. There's a disconnect. And I think what happens is we place people on these pedestals, and we say, oh, no, you can't do no wrong. We don't even want to hear it.
Right.
Great call, Carl.
And when you hear cats say, you know what they do? They don't say anything, and they act like it didn't happen. I'm going to keep talking until you take accountability.
Right.
Until you say...
Okay, but that's not exactly an effective tactic, though, Monique. Because if you're always talking, then they can just discount what you're saying by like, I don't listen to that big fat bitch. She always saying something. Whereas instead, what you do is you build a dossier, and then when the time comes, you can just leave the dossier on someone's desk and be like, Cat Williams, what's this? Oh, that's just years of examples of motherfuckers stealing my jokes. Time stays back. Today's fall for me to be a doozy. Y'all motherfucker ain't ever gonna look a sing Cobb's country bumpkin ass the same ever again. Let me go sit my Merlot and watch this firework pop off. There's a difference. And I think if she's complaining about how dare she get what I want, that's probably one of the bigger examples. That's just you not understanding timing and execution. That's you're too old to say that it's not your fault. It is your fault. But that takes a little bit more cerebral and a little bit more Machiavellian than normal. Because a person who likes to tell the truth isn't a person who has the dark triad trait of being Machiavellious to be able to do that. That doesn't mean that you can't be a nice person and you have to be evil and deceitful in order to plan, but it does mean you have to learn how to hide your hand until it's time to show your cards, so that people who didn't know you had something will be surprised by the fact you had everything. I think that's how I want to frame that. Advice for life, kids.
Uncle, I've done this. That's why it was so important. From Oprah Winfrey to Tyler Perry, Lee Daniels. Now, Lee Daniels was the only one I had to deal with. Did you see Lee Daniels apologize? Mm-hmm. He walked out on that stage. Not only did he apologize on stage, that man apologized to our children. That man apologized to our children and said, I need to apologize for what I put y'all through. He's the only one I had to deal with. However, it became a problem with Oprah Winfrey and Tyler Perry that I wouldn't.
Now, what did Tyler Perry do? Also, what did Lee Daniels do? This is new information to me in context, because I don't keep up with this kind of drama all the time.
Do something and work for free. Now, when you say, well, maybe Oprah feels like she came through it, why can't you? Right. Well, there's a story with Oprah Winfrey when she was on the show, People Are Talking. Richard Sher was making $55,000. She was making $22,000. These are her words. It was her co-host. She said, I had to leave because they wasn't paying me fairly. Now you say a black woman who did nothing wrong, and you're in the midst of this situation because she called me, Tyler Perry called me, Lionsgate called. When you were on the phone with my husband, you said, I agree with Monique. I agree with the position she's taking. But when it came time to say it out loud, Oprah Winfrey went totally silent. Now, to Tyler Perry's credit, Tyler Perry called us up, right? And he said, I can see the pain in you and I can hear it. And I want to let you know that I would never do nothing to hurt you. But the conversation kept going on. Only for Tyler Perry to admit he did start a rumor that I was difficult to work with. He lied. Only for Tyler Perry to admit I was wrong. And when my movie Boo come out, I'm going to say that, right? Now, here's where, when you did that interview with Kat, I could respect how you do it. Because Kat said, you let them people lie in your face. And your response was, Kat, I don't know if they're lying or not. Right. Because I can only take them at their word. At their word. Right? Yes. Well, we sent you the audio of Tyler Perry. I don't want you to take me at my word. I want you to hear his words. And what did you hear that man saying? What did you hear that man saying? He said it. What did he say?
Okay, now this is the point where if you got some shit that we should hear, what the fuck are you hiding for? Play the fucking clip.
If you gotta bring out an old school tape player from 1985, do it. Bring it out.
Cause how the fuck you gonna tell me? Oh, we have him on tape admitting this shit, bitch. They got him on tape talking about he is the credit to the world and he's doing shit for the culture. But you ain't got a tape of Tyler Perry, bitch. Come on. Bitch, come on.
I can't stand it when people do like, oh, yeah, I'm the truth teller. I'm gonna tell the truth. Well, okay, so where are the names? Where are the names? The audio clips, the shit. Like, oh, I got audio clips. Well, fucking play it then. Shit. Stop bullshitting.
It's like, stop telling me that's out of context and give me the context. Show me the facts. Show me the facts.
Monique, you know you're not supposed to be recording people.
No. Let me back up.
Okay.
Everything we did was legal. And here's where a black woman really gets...
Monique, please stop. That's lawyer speak. I don't care if you live in a 2-party consent or a 1-party consent state. Did he know you were recording it? You don't need to back up. Go forward. Don't go too forward now. You might fall over.
It's the kick in the ass. Had I not recorded Tyler Perry, then it would have been my word against his. And then on top of that, it would have been, he's so powerful, we can't even pay no attention to that.
Right.
Well, now I have him on audio, which is legal to do where we live.
Right.
Okay.
So you're saying that you live in a 1-party state. That's fine. Still, give me the tape! Give me the tape. I want the tape. Give me the tape.
Okay? We have him on audio. And do you know what some people then said? Why would you record him? Just like you sat there and said, you know it's illegal to... But did you hear what the man said? I violated you.
Yeah.
I mistreated you.
Yeah.
Do you know, Shannon, that's cost my family tens of millions of dollars?
Yeah.
Over a lie and a rumor?
Is he gonna make he's gonna compensate you for that?
I want you to look in your camera.
Yes.
And I want you to talk to Tyler Perry because you heard what that man said. So ask him, will he compensate my family for that?
Tyler, will you come on Club Show?
That's that put a sour taste in my mouth even more than my throat being raw. Oh God, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. I hate that a lot. Excuse me, Mr. Interviewer, can you talk to Big Power Celebrity Man and tell Big Power Celebrity Man he cost me millions of dollars? Big Power Celebrity Man, can you please give poor, destitute, fat, black, funny some money, please? Can you give fat, black, funny some money? Please give fat, black, funny some money. She need that money. Funny hasn't had a good hit in 10, 15 years. Can you put her in the next Medea? Put her in the next Medea. She'll be a crazy aunt that Medea has never talked to in a while because she hates her sisters. She's the one that nobody never known about. Please, please, please. Fat, black, and funny needs the work. Please, Funny, look at the camera and tell him you need some work. I need some work. Stop it. If you're going to be a bitch like this, at least go to TMZ and make it more interesting. Oh, I don't respect. Oh, I disrespect you for that. I reject that. I reject everything that can be inferred by how you're doing this, because that is such a bitch move. That is such a bitch move.
Shay, and let's have a conversation about the fair compensation for what transpired between you and Monique. You can sit right here, and she's sitting right here, and you and I can have a conversation.
And we'll do you one better. And give me 5 on that, baby. We'll do you one better, Shay. My husband and I will sit right next to him. See, with this whole situation, and some of the people that Kat talked about, ironically, I have this issues with those same people. There were people that reached out to Tyler Perry on my behalf.
Okay.
And I was grateful for that. Okay? There was Al Sharpton, the Reverend Al Sharpton, civil rights.
Of course he did. He's
Of course.
Sent him that audio.
Of course he did. What the fuck do you mean?
Listen to it. He said, baby, what that man did to you was wrong, and you're like my daughter. And we're gonna have to get
You got a tape of that? You got a tape of Top Hill. You got a tape of Al Sharpton? Oh.
him to fix that.
Right.
We didn't hear from Al Sharpton for 6 months. The next time we saw Al Sharpton, he was on a podium talking about we don't need to fly commercial because we can fly Tyler Perry's private jet. I said, that's why maybe I'm not hearing back from him, okay? Then we had our beautiful sister, Stephanie Mills.
Yeah.
Okay, who is, she don't play.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. I told her what happened, sent her the audio. Now, I don't know if she listened to that audio or not, but however, she called Tyler Perry. She said, Monique, Tyler Perry does not want to revisit this. Okay, fine.
Right.
While we're on the phone, Tyler Perry calls her back and says, I will meet with Monique, but not with her husband. Now, you ready for this?
Yeah.
And then Monique has to apologize publicly to say Oprah and I had nothing to do with messing up her career.
But that'd be a lie.
Look in the goddamn camera.
I thought that was a stage the way you.
Look in the camera.
Yes.
Because you heard it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So when you
Can we hear it? Also, why the fuck would you be involving fucking an actor from The Wiz? That's not important. More important thing. Please produce the evidence for what you are saying. Please produce it. If somebody can find this clip and find this video, please put it in my Discord or please DM it to me on Twitter and I will play it live on air. Also, from Toasted Baby Buns, I'm late to the stream, but I always find you guys hilarious. Thank you, Toasted Baby Buns. Now back to the content.
Thank you.
Hear what this man is saying. So I said, Stephanie, tell Tyler Perry, never will I meet with him without my husband. And I owe no apology, so I'm not going to give one. That goes away. Kevin Hart. Now, you know when Cat Williams said gatekeepers?
Yeah.
Kevin Hart, I do his podcast.
Yes.
And I want y'all to re-listen to the podcast so you can hear it for yourself. When he
Oh my fucking god. It's like the MCU!
Marketing.
I don't care about the Monique Expanded Universe, also known as her dresser.
first comes on, he says, you're like my mother, you're like my aunt, you're like my sister. Okay? Then we do the podcast. We speak about the Tyler Perry situation. Oprah Winfrey, he said, I don't really know Oprah, but I'm going to reach out to Tyler. I appreciate that. Kevin kept his word. He reached out to Tyler Perry. Kevin Hart called me back about maybe a week or so later. He said, Mo, I talked to Tyler. He said he don't want to revisit it. He said, but I tell you what, let's move past that, Mo. Let's just move past that and let's just do great things. So whatever
That's what Kevin said.
I want you to hear me, Kevin Hart. Let's move past that, Mo. Let's do some great things together. Don't even worry about it. Whatever y'all want to do, I will partner with you. I'll executive produce with you. You just let me know what you want to do. Now, let me say that before we go any further, because I want to make sure I give Kevin Hart his proper credit.
I swear to God, it's like you're jerking yourself under the table. I don't want to be edged. Just give me the cum.
When my family was up against the wall, Kevin Hart wrote us a check and said, here you go. We're forever grateful for that. When we were able to give it back, we said, brother, we appreciate you with some interest on top, because I don't ever want nobody to think
Feel like they
me and my
gave you-
husband. So I want to make sure I put that out there. That brother really helped us out when we needed to be helped out. Then when he came back with, I got you. I didn't ask Kevin Hart to do anything. He said, I'll executive produce, I'll partner with you. I said, good shit, Kevin, because we're in a deal with Endemol, and we're trying to get our talk show back. Mo, whatever it is, I got you. Now, Kevin Hart is one of the biggest entertainers right now in the world, right?
Correct.
And was then. We got off the phone with Kevin Hart. We called Endemol immediately and said, Kevin Hart said, whatever we want to do, he got us. He's going to partner, executive produce. They was like, oh, this is incredible, because when you put Kevin Hart's name on it, you already know what it is.
Correct.
2 weeks go by. We get a call from Endemol. Endemol says, we just got a call from Kevin Hart's manager, Dave Becky. And Dave Becky said, Kevin doesn't want anything to do with Monique. So whatever she told y'all, he doesn't want to do anything with her, nothing. You know, he doesn't want any kind of relationship with Monique.
So what changed between the 2 weeks and plus he gave you a check, you gave the money back, then said he would partner with you, executive produce, whatever you need, Mo, hey, we got you. So what transpired, or what do you think transpired between then, that 2 week period?
Well, soon as we got off the phone and they told us what Kevin's manager, David Becky, said, I called Kevin Hart immediately. I said, hey, baby, we just got off the phone with Endemol, and they said Dave Becky called them up and said, you don't want anything to do with me. He said, Mo, that's a miscommunication. I can tell you right now. I said, wait a minute. Are you okay, though, with this white man calling them up? Getting in between our relationship after something you said. He said, Mo, that's a miscommunication, and we're going to talk Tuesday. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you right
Now that's some bullshit. Because as African Americans, the correct order of operation is, hey, I just got off the two-way. He said you ain't trying to fuck with me. What's that about? Hey, yo, what? Big boy, what the fuck you said about? I said get on the phone right now. I said that's what you. You don't know why I hit you. Oh, sure you don't. Sure you don't. The fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? Of course he was rope-a-doping you. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you actually mean? African Americans, when they hear somebody going against their plans, I make a plan. I set a plan. We communicate the plan. We discuss A through Z of the plan. We say, okay, so does everybody understand the plan? Yes, we do. Shit comes by. One tiny detail is out of place. Because somebody either neglected, overlooked, or thought, what's the worst thing can happen at the plan? Shit goes to shit. We go to that person. Why didn't you stick to the plan? Well, I didn't think I was big a dick. The quickest three-piece. The quickest three-piece with a soggy-ass biscuit on the end while he touched the ground. Stop it. Stop. Oh, that pisses me off. Oh, Lord, that pisses me off. Because now I'm having a hard time believing your story. Also, what, you ain't got a tape of Kevin Hart either? You ain't got a tape of Kevin Hart either? Convenient, Monique. Convenient. Ah, fuck. I actually might have hurt my knee a little bit. Dave, are you okay? Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, do you agree or do you disagree?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. He was definitely jerking her around.
Oh, goddamn. Because if he was going to be willing to do something, why didn't he immediately get his manager on the hand and say, we're doing this today. We're going to do it today. And just go from doing the podcast and immediately go to his office and pen a deal right then and there. Doesn't matter if he has to do appearance or shit or whatever. Literally get a fucking document label, have him email it over, digitally e-sign it, send it to her partner company, they make waves and touch on the back end, then the two of you reconnect on the two-way, and the plan's already been done.
Right now it's a miscommunication. That was 2 years ago. If you talk to him, I talk to him. I've never talked back to Kevin Hart again. So that's what we're faced with. When you allow somebody to come...
So the industry. You're facing the industry. The cutthroat entertainment industry. Glad to see that you're finally arrived at it.
In between a relationship with a woman that you said I'm like your mother. You said I'm like these things. I didn't ask you for that. So everything that baby was saying sitting here, everything he was saying was on the up and up, because when you hear people say, get the anger out your heart. Oh man, no one's saying he's lying. No one ever said I was lying. It's so easy to discount and devalue because of what we look like.
Right.
However,
that is true. However, there's a lot more than just what you look like, Monique.
When it comes to Tyler Perry, I will not allow you to discount or devalue, because that is your voice on that audio. Mm-hmm. Remember on Good Times when Penny's mother was whooping up on her and she had recorded it? Mm-hmm. That's you on tape. So how does it go from you saying you're going to give me an apology to now I owe you an apology?
But what do you want an apology for?
What could I possibly owe you an apology for when you've admitted?
For making them look bad? For creating bad press? Duh?
See, when Lee Daniels says to me, because Cookie from the show Empire, I was offered that role. Now Taraji tore it up, baby.
That Lee Daniels. I kept forgetting. Mr. Justin Smollett, you are like a son to me. I forgot.
Listen here. However, I was offered that. Then Felita called me back and say, baby girl, they said you're too difficult to work with. But you hear on the audio that a man told David Talbert I was difficult to work with. Do you see how that cost my family?
Yes.
And with no accountability because, oh, it's the great Tyler Perry. No, you've got to be accountable for that. Oprah Winfrey, you've got to be accountable for the things you've done with my family.
I mean, I can agree with the point, but the problem is that this is also part of the point that she also said. They'll try to discount you because of the person who's saying it, which in their case, it is in their interest in the entertainment industry to get away from something they consider to be too toxic for the brand. Which, if they consider you to be too toxic because they know that you've been wronged by them, it's like doing a deal with the devil and the devil being forced to honor the contract and God's not watching. Of course, if given the opportunity to lie, cheat, steal, and fuck somebody over, they will lie, cheat, steal, and fuck somebody over. But if they're forced to be honest, then they can't do that. But if that were always the case, then the world would work much differently than it already does. But that's not always the case. So, keeping that in mind, that brings back to what I said earlier about being at least a little bit of Machiavellian and a little bit duplicitous enough to learn how to do this shit on the up and up. So that when they say, nah, she crazy, she lying, she's just difficult to work with, you instead start producing tapes of what they're saying and doing. Again, tapes please, but you start producing the tapes of what they're saying and doing. And you release those bombshells to the news, and you sit back and you wait. It's not hard to understand or to follow through. All I want is some evidence. That's really all any person that's hearing it would want to hear. Because that's such an extravagant and out of the ordinary opinion and accusation that requires extraordinary evidence. And even with that evidence in hand, the way that you tell the story, you're leaving out details of choices and actions and factors that are technically out of your control, because it's in their control, because there are things that they did that you can't communicate and you can't picture, because they're not there to tell the story. So without physical evidence to corroborate your side, we don't even have the ability to say that this is your side and their side and then come to the middle of the truth. Because nobody will know what happened behind closed doors. Because there isn't a third party and there isn't a third party device to explain that to us. And if you did have it, you're not offering it. I don't know. After she's done something like this, I feel like she'd be dead in Hollywood. Who would ever work with you? Carl, you're doing it. You're blaming black women for being victims. I am not. I am not victim blaming. I am victim asking questions. And I want some victim answers.
You've got to be accountable for that.
Is there any relationship between you and Tyler and you and Oprah currently?
No.
But I thought there was an apology. I read that I read somewhere that Oprah had issued you an apology and Tyler had issued an apology. That's not correct.
No.
The only person that's given you an apology.
You saw it. It's Lee Daniels. That's the only person. So we are in a place where we're too afraid to call them for what it is. We're too afraid to say, if it looked like a duck and it quacked like a duck, what is it, Shannon? It's a duck.
Right.
So again, you see the struggle of the black woman as I'm sitting here talking to you, and you say, Mo, but why would you record him? But you heard the man violate me. The first thing wasn't, I can't believe that cat did that to you. It's, why would you do it? And we understand it.
Right.
Because we've been conditioned that way.
Because when you had to get somehow, because when you're telling people these are lies,
Yes.
Nobody is believing Monique. So now, even though you have him record his voice, and that's him, and he's saying he made it up, now it's no longer, oh man, I can't believe he lied on Mo. Mo, why'd you record it? So now they put the onus back on you.
Where's the win? How do we win? How does a black woman win when you say, here he is right here? And I look to the community and say, how long do we allow us to keep being exploited, used up, taken advantage of? And because we think somebody can give us an opportunity, we just say, shh, I'm not going to say nothing.
There goes that racism again.
if we keep operating like that, Shannon, you're going to have a whole lot of us sitting right here in this same seat, almost telling the same story.
And the wheel comes back around again.
Why do you think Tyler is afraid to meet with you and your husband? Why does it need to be you one-on-one when he meet with other representatives?
Because he's afraid that she will eat him. There's that massage and war, Carl. They're gonna cancel you already.
and their client. Why is it about you that he feels it needs to be just you and he? Does he think your husband is some kind of negative influence on you? He thinks the husband is saying things that Monique probably wouldn't say if I just had an opportunity to talk to her one-on-one. What do you think that is?
Let me say this. People better be glad my husband is by my side. Because there are people in Hollywood that know wherever you act up is where I show up. People know in Hollywood, baby, Shannon, and I don't say it with a badge of honor, it's just what it is. Well, I've had to say, who you think you talking to? And we're sitting there with the president of the studio or the... My patience level is not going to allow... I've been molested. I've been violated. So the moment I see you trying to do it, we're going to have to address it. My husband is nothing but a gentleman. And you know why people have a problem with my husband? Because he's right to it. There's no we're going to dance around the bush. He's right to it.
Right.
And people like Tyler Perry, people like Oprah Winfrey, they look at my husband and say, how dare you be so direct?
Right.
How dare you not put your eyes down when you're talking to me? How dare you do that? My husband is also my manager. Why would he want to exclude my management? It's like, Tyler, you should want my husband to be there. You may want him to be sitting right there so that way we can have a conversation that everyone can be heard. But I appreciate you, Shannon, because most people are too afraid that's heard the tape. They're too afraid to say, no, I heard it, and this is what he said. I appreciate T.S. Madison because T.S. Madison was the first one to say, no, I heard what he said. So when folks were trying to jump on her, she not down for the black woman, listen, baby, y'all don't even understand the fights that sister be having when ain't nobody watching for the black woman.
Right.
So I appreciate you looking in that camera.
Right. Well, I mean, look, sometimes there are some black people, some, not all, some, that my grandfather used to say, Mo, is that if you're not careful, you'll become the very thing you despise the most in a person. Now, what do we despise most about Trump supporters, ex-President Trump? Is that no matter what he says, no matter what he does.
What the fuck does any of this have to do with Trump?
Like any fucking opportunity. God damn.
Oh my god, you guys.
Well, I'm completely checked out of this.
Do you want to go to the next story?
Yeah, just go. Fuck it.
God damn! What the fuck? Oh.
I mean, already comparing yourself to like people from the civil rights movement is already like a fucking strike against you.
But that motherfucker did not give me a movie deal. That was like him kicking a black woman off the bus for being too light-skinnedly black.
Like, bitch, you're an actress. You're not. Stop it.
So, then for me, mentally, I was willing to go through it. And then mentally, when she says, now out and create even more drama. The reasons why they didn't want to have cars, start even more shit. And then we'll pretend, well, why don't they want to come on? All we want to do is have a rational conversation. Don't mind this giant deagle in my hand pointed directly at your balls and head. Don't look at me. Look at my husband, who's now holding the button on the kill switch on the suicide explosive vest we made you wear as you came into this building. You're free to leave at any time, baby. You're free to leave at any time. Hand me that remote, baby. Bitch! What's going on? You have no idea what's going on. Black actress played victim and pretended that she has no idea why a person would want to have an apology about them causing drama publicly after being out of film and creativity for 10 plus years. and then felt sorry for herself. So she compared herself to civil rights leaders and civil rights participants, as though not having work in Hollywood is the same thing as being arrested for being black in public. Yes, I 100% Bloody. She saw Cat Williams bring the light down and thought, I can do that too. Clearly, they will.
Now the show is just going to be it's going to end up being just a dumping ground for like drama and shit. It's just that's what the show is going to be, because like it was like that Cat Williams wildly successful. So now the show just going to be that. Black actors just gonna randomly show up and be like, I've been through this and these people did that. I'm not gonna say any specific names. I'm not gonna say any specific things. I'm not gonna all the receipts I have. Fuck you. I'm not showing that. But these people are awful. These specific people who I can talk shit about, who I can talk shit about, who can't do anything to me, because that would look bad. I can talk shit about them. It's gonna be that.
Shannon Sharp doesn't offer any pushback. I agree. Because on one hand, I can understand from the interview position, because remember, the Fried Chicanery started as an interview series. You don't want the subject of the interview to feel defensive to the point that they will then close themselves off and not answer your questions. But you also don't want to be too permissive and allow them to just start talking wild on the microphone. And you definitely should not enable them by then allowing them to play the victim and pretend that there isn't a reason why people feel the way they would feel, while also acting as though there isn't a reason why they are in the position they're in. You shouldn't act like you're validating their stupidity, because you shouldn't be. Because why would you do that? But, reasons. Stuff. Cause it's not good, and when you justify them, it becomes a problem. And then the moment he derails it about Trump, I'm like, hey yo, bro, where the good shit at?
I love how he says, you know how most black people, how we don't like Trump. That's not a we anymore. Let's just put that on. Like, you're a few years too late. Like, and a few inflations too slow.
And like, even if you wanted to say, well, what you saying, Carl and Jay? Are you saying y'all like Trump? No. I'm saying Carl remembers when, in the factory arc, he was earning thousands of dollars working on a machine for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I had money. And then an old black woman walked up to me and said, stop being good at your job. And I looked at her like, huh? And then she went into the foreman's office and said I had threatened her with death. I remember having money under Trump. I've been struggling under Biden. Even if people had political opinions about it, it's like, why would that be relevant to anything? Trump didn't stop actors from being black and being in films. In fact, he would love that shit. He loves boisterous personalities and people with money.
Yeah, he's been hanging out with rappers and motherfuckers for God knows how long. He actually fought for when when country clubs were excluding famous black people or like rich black people. Because you would have rappers in there. He is the one who advocated he let the fuck in.
Because, like, before any of this shit, Trump was a fucking social democrat who cared about the business side of things because he cared about the art of the deal. We can make money, which is ideally the attitude that Monique is supposed to have there. Of course, he wants to make money. You should want to make money. The position in which Kevin Hart spoke, should he have followed through and made good on his promise to work with her, is exactly the attitude she should have had. Yeah, he fucked you, but you know what? I'm gonna do you a solid. Me and you, bitch. Me and you. One-on-one. Me and you. We gonna do some shit. We gonna do some work. And we gonna get busy. Like we are right now. Imagine if when Jay and I had a conversation to do work, that she had promised, yeah, Carl, we gonna do some work. But then I'm dragging my feet like, I don't know if I can make content. And she's like, well, motherfucker, you don't have anything to work with. Like, but yeah, my voice is shot, so I can't really do droopy. No, woe is me. Nobody's giving me a chance. No one will ever listen to the Cajun Negro. He'll be lights out for single player car. Nigga, I'm giving you a chance right now. Are you just gonna sit there and whine? Okay, bitch, I'm leaving. Wait, they know. Wait, no, my chocolate gun is late. No! God, why have you forsaken me? What the fuck? Like, anybody hear that? What the fuck's wrong with you? It was right there. God said, you said, God sent me an angel from the heavens above. I did, bitch. She was right there. Anyways, next topic. Let me project the screen so you can see this one. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm so destroying my voice, but it's worth it, kind of. Alright, let me project the screen to you. Next news topic. Ooh.
Oh, Jesus, Carl. Damn.
I threw my voice out playing video games. I'm trying to get it recover.
Okay, I need to switch over to my phone because I have to do something real quick.
Okay, no problem.
So my quality is gonna get worse.
No problem.
Hang on.
Ugh. Remember, kids, yelling at people on the internet doesn't always get you what you need. He partnered with Kodak Black and Lil Wayne. True. Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp are both athletes, and they have a specific mindset. Yes. When they were talking about Keith Lee and black restaurants, he was pushing back. I don't know why he isn't pushing back here. Chad had a problem. Excuse me. Liquids. Chad had a problem with the fact that an influencer, let alone a TikTok influencer, like Chad Ochocinco, could see somebody like him basically build off of nothing, come out of nowhere, and start dropping bags of money on different sectors of business. And before he'd even gone viral, not some news with that one. Before he had even gone viral with what was going on in Atlanta, he had actually visited Jay's old neighborhood to deal with the Chicago chicken wars. And Chad's problem, as I broke down in my video when I covered that topic, when I started making the new batch of signature videos that I have, is that Chad Ochocinco didn't like that a TikTok influencer had the kind of money, clout, and power of a normal celebrity. The fact that they were basically a micro celebrity and were able to make entire businesses sink or swim pissed him off. And while I can understand why that pissed him off, it's not acceptable for him to be mad about it. Because the same argument would have existed for any celebrity. But he hated it so much because he was a micro celebrity and he was being respectful the entire time he did it. And every time you hear about a celebrity doing something like a celebrity kitchen, doing a celebrity game show, doing anything that involves interacting with the plebs, they always put it in the idea of it's good publicity, it's good charity, it's not going to amount to much. Because money talks, bullshit walks, especially in Atlanta, Georgia. But when it came to the issue of him going to businesses and Keith Leeing them, giving them either a good review that then leads to them getting increased business because people on TikTok and people on social media, on microblogger websites, follow them religiously with a parasocial connection, not just because they want to see what they're doing and they want to go to the business that he's talking about so they can experience the food for themselves. They do it because of that explicit feature asset. It's like the business Gigi's Cupcakes, which exists here in Columbus, Georgia, along with Crumble Cookies. Gigi's was a business that went on to the celebrity game show Shark Tank and was one of the businesses featured on there. They have an entire poster sign on the front of the business for featuring and talking about it. And the reason it sells the food that it sells at its rate is because it's for the convenience and also because of the name recognition. That name recognition makes them believe, because you know about us from television, we have the reason to charge you $10 for 6 cupcakes because they're Gigi's Cupcakes, rather than getting a baker's dozen of a smaller quantity from Publix. But because it was a celebrity that was being honest, being wholesome, being based in God, another one, and then he followed on his word, he wasn't petty, and he wasn't disrespectful. He didn't show one opinion when people were on his side, and he didn't show an entirely different gangster face or a different rude bitch face when people tried to be rude to him. And he did so without using his clout. That was the biggest part. He would always show up privately. He would always send somebody else other than him to go get the food, so that they didn't have the ability to try and give him special service to get special rewards from him and to get special favoritism. Because he was impartial, and he did it and allowed the black community to fuck themselves over in their own greed. Because, oh man, God, I can get clout! He saw the shit happen. Because he's already gone viral again for shit like this. But they're not talking about it because he's not in vogue now. People have moved on to another situation. But he still continues doing this shit in the background, even though he's not being talked about. Because of that factor, all of those factors in whole, and the fact that he did it without trying to use his clout, Ocho Cinco hated that. Because what's the point of being a celebrity if you don't use your clout to get special favors, to get influence? What is the point of money and fame and power if you never use it? But I would argue that having all of those things and then not using it when you have the ability to do so, if you had a button in front of you, that if you could think of a person you consider to be your current rival at this point, right now, somebody who is like a villain to you, you press that button, you can destroy them. You can eternally destroy them. They will never have another success in their life. They will never have another thing come to them. Blessings will be broken, etc., 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 da-da-da-da-da. If you could press that button, Keith Lee is the kind of person who would uninstall and rip the button out and say, nah, I don't need none of that shit. I don't need none of that. I don't need none of that at all. In fact, God gonna take care of it. God gonna bless everybody. Y'all just enjoy the food. Because that kind of influence in the minds of normal celebrities, even the celebrities like, ironically enough, I'm pretty sure it was a female rapper. I can't remember which one exactly. I know it's one of the obnoxious ones. It was probably the maker of Wet Ass Pussy. It was probably that one. But, yeah, yeah, it was Cardi B. Even Cardi B being like, yeah, Atlanta food business is trash. The bouginess got to them. The best example of that was the Real Milk and Honey and the Old Lady Gang. Those were celebrity influencers who got their businesses exploiting their celebrity influence. And when he didn't use his celebrity influence and even made his celebrity influence work for him in a way that it fucked them over, they turned around, looked at themselves and said, well, damn, this is fucked up. I can't believe that I'm losing because of this. But they were in fact losing because of it. So that's the whole thing there. Anyways, Jay is back, I assume. I don't know if you have read it, but Too Mad is passed. Too Mad is actually dead. Oh wow, that's crazy. Can you please put a link to the Discord? I want to check up on that story. Wow. Rest in peace, Too Mad. That's crazy. Damn. Anyways, new story. Disney considers Ao Idabiri. She's African. Ao, I forget how it'd be pronounced in African, but Ao Edibiri as replacement for Johnny Depp in Pirate 6, reportedly considering Edibiri for the leading role in the film, featuring a younger cast of pirates in search of hidden treasure. Being considered for is Anne, and it is possible to be based on real-life pirate Anne Bonny, who was an Irishwoman. They're doing it again. They're doing it again. They're doing it again. I don't really have an opinion about this particular story. However, I find it ironic and hilarious that it's another race wash, but we've just gotten used to them now. That's really fucking shit. Do you have an opinion? Jay?
Wait, what?
Do you have an opinion about the Pirate 6 story?
Oh, yeah, about what you said. It's just typical at this point.
It's not surprising. It's not new. It's boring, if anything, because they'll never.
Robbie, what's that?
Hmm.
Not that I like that. Not that I like that shit either.
It's like
Just end the franchise with Johnny Depp.
Mm-hmm. Either you have to end the franchise and just stop using Jack Sparrow and come up with new ideas. Because I understand you guys want to make use of Johnny Depp because he puts asses in seats, ironically enough, like we were just talking about with the last subject. But at the same time, you guys have put poison in his name in Hollywood, and not a lot of the people who should be responsible for apologizing have apologized or stepped forward to make moves to do what we just discussed. No person has made that move, came to Johnny Depp publicly or privately. If they did privately, we don't know about it, and we shouldn't know about it until we see his face on the screen again. To say, listen, we didn't know that Laura Amber Heard was fucking insane. We didn't understand, but now we do. Will you please let us work with you again? We would like to make money. If he takes a deal, if they don't fully settle on this, if he shows up in like a background character capacity, that's a whole fucking thing. It would be nice, but my hopes are not up. My hopes are not up whatsoever, and I don't fully care about the situation in the sense that it's something that should make me excited. Which brings us to the next story. Kiwi Farms! The press statement regarding how Lawcal LLC, which is the business corporate side of the backers behind Kiwi Farms, owned by Joshua Moon, reaches $150,000, twice the original goal of $75K, for their legal litigations in 4 days of raising it. I'm pretty sure you don't give a shit about things that happen in the shitposter realm of the sector. But basically, do you remember the hashtag campaign about Drop Kiwi Farms?
Not really.
More or less.
Topics where it's just like,
More or less. This is one of those things that kind of fall into streamer drama that actually has a secondary effect on us because of how drama can actually be a boon or a blight to our channels based on what it's about. However, hold that thought, I need to pee. I'll be right back, chat. Wash your hands. You'll dry your hands. But I took the towel in my room, so it is time for me to wipe my hands. Where is it? There it is. I'm still flabbergasted by that news. I can't believe Tumat is dead. I thought he was going to be the crack addict of the year. And that's crazy. Alright, so the long and short of Drop Kiwi Farms was basically the streamer known as Keffels, legal name, because they're transgender. We will avoid dead naming to not get banned on Twitch. Legal name, Clara Sorrenti, accused Kiwi Farms of being the thing that everybody knows that it is, but nobody cares about because it's not legal to go after them, because they are literally just a drama posting website, just like Twitter, but people hate it because they do the thing that most people don't do, which is they keep evidence and research. So, in the comparison case of Monique, complaining and whining, but never giving names. When somebody gets onto Kiwi Farms, if they're a piece of subject matter or part of a story of interest, they do the research, they get names, they publish them on the threads, and they talk about the shit unabashedly, with absolutely no censorship, with very, very specific rules about not using it as a means of trying to harass people, in the sense of they are going to their places publicly. Basically, people talking on an internet forum, just like anywhere else. But because the people in question, who are usually the subject matter, dislike the fact people keep public track of the lies they tell. And when somebody says, oh no, that person's clearly lying, they got that from Kiwi Farms. It's like, no. Here's a timestamp, a date, a thread, and the entire legal document upon which you did blah, 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 blah. Keffels tried to take down the website as a way to bump up their channel on Twitch. Technically, they stole the credit from another transgender person who had the clout, the reach, the relevancy, and the money to afford a media campaign against the website. It did not succeed in destroying the website or shutting it down. What it actually did is that Kiwi Farms, to my knowledge, currently at this moment in time as I speak, is not accessible on the ClearNet. They use a link on Tor to be the connector to the site, which is a browser that you will have to download if you want to use Kiwi Farms at all, or even lurk on Kiwi Farms to look at the threads. This means that people who use Chrome, Edge, if people actually use Microsoft Edge, people who use Brave, like I do, Opera GX, whatever, any Chromium-based or alternative use browser, you can't find it and you can't access it except through old backlogs that have been saved on another internet archive other than that one. Because the Internet Archive itself, the quote Wayback Machine itself, the titular Internet Archive, deleted all of the host information about shit that was on there. So if you want to go see anything on there, you have to use Tor, which basically means it has compartmentalized itself into a self-made containment field known as the Sector, spelled and named after Mr. Medicare itself. Because Mr. Medicare, along with Joshua Moon and a bunch of other people that used to be involved with that group of people, whether they're friends anymore or not, were the background of it. Because the way that it worked is that somebody was a feeder who got content either from the site or gave information to the site and basically put it live on the site for everybody to watch. And then Joshua Moon would do what's called a Mad at the Internet stream, where he recounts all the details of a particular person of interest or a particular situation of interest in said thread. It literally can follow anybody from well-known lolcows like Darkside Phil to people like even me and Jay. If somebody doesn't like us and they want to have a personal thread about us, they'll make one. But the problem is that it has to be interesting. Usually, if you're on there, it's because you are known for having done something. You don't get a thread about yourself made on Kiwi Farms just because somebody doesn't like you. It's because they don't like you and they feel that you're a scumbag and they want to personally fuck with you. If you live a normal life and you don't fuck with people, that will never be a problem to you. And also, if you don't like it, don't look at it. Keffels had a thread, and it had all verifiable information that exposes them as a creep, as a pedophile, and as a groomer. So, they tried to take down Kiwi Farms, and took credit for taking down Kiwi Farms, to personally bump up the thread and be the one who, quote, killed the dragon. This is why Destiny had secretly done a Keffels research stream to put together a manifesto to expose this bullshit and show the details and examples. Because this is how you answer back. If they claim you didn't do something, you make a manifesto. They were raising money because the way that they've been politically and they've been attacked through censorship has been through people basically using their power inside of a company who supplies the copyright protections and also the false positive protection to show that your website isn't a malicious spamware site. They've been abusing their powers as ISP providers and as software providers for the internet connections and the domains and link connections to try and defraud them of money and stop them from being heard. And the reason why this is important is that all the people who are doing so are the kind of corrupt journalists who specifically choose to lie to benefit themselves and to stop people from talking about their personal favorite friends or anybody who potentially could be in their interest. That's the long and short of Drop Kiwi Farms. It didn't work. It was super gay and super cringe. Keffels did not benefit from it for long. They had a little heyday and then people started falling off because their fucking content is boring. And Kiwi Farms went on the attack to get money to start suing people. And so, because it's been so public, because they attacked them so publicly, they earned double what they were asking for in 4 days of raising it. And this is just the public statement running down what they would do with it. Where inside of it, they take a jab at Keffels because what she did when she got $100,000 was to take a trip to Ireland and try to troll bait for themselves so they could stay in the news cycle, hoping that Kiwi Farms would attack them again, attack, air quote, because they were self-doxing themselves. They were telling people where they were going. They were not being careful about their security information and not giving away details that would show what state they were in, where they were going to, who they were talking to, blah, 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 blah. And I'll read the message, and it goes as such. To our generous members and all spectators who hope for a better internet, 4 days ago, a crowdfunding page was ongoing and future litigation was open at localfund.harden.law with the ambitious goal of raising $75,000. We met this amount within 24 hours and have since reached $1,500,000. The week before, our community was maligned and defamed by baseless accusations from morally repugnant and criminal behavior spread by high-profile members of the tech community and published nationwide. These statements were made to excuse prior unprofessional behavior and as an attempt to further isolate us from the services of reputable for-profit and non-profit organizations going forward. In the time since collecting this money, all parties preemptively retracted their statements, and one has publicly admitted that their claims do not reflect their beliefs. It is my hope that they will be reasonable in pre-litigation and settle for the matter as efficiently as possible. This crowdfund, only made possible due to the protective laws about IOLTAs, which I can Google that really fast. Interest on lawyers' trust accounts, a method of raising money for charitable purposes primarily for the provisions of civil legal defense to indignant people. Demonstrates that if all legal websites could process payments without bank-level censorship, the internet would be more accessible, diverse, and free space. Because the way that people usually go about canceling people, as you know, Jay, is they will attack your bank accounts and make it so that you don't have any money. This is a level beyond trolling and is called life ruination. They wanted to life ruinate any person associated with Kiwi Farms. Not just people who own the site, not just people who own the servers, but people who saw the pages, who used information that came from the site, and any person who had an account on it, even if they were a lurker. Basically, we will destroy your ability to be a human citizen wherever you are in the world because we don't like you making fun of us. The Office of Comptroller of Currency should unpause the fair access rule and allow the free market to decide what the internet should be. I am overwhelmed with gratitude for this outpouring of support. Thousands of people have made it clear as long as I intend to continue forward, they will support me even against seemingly insurmountable odds. Sincerely, Joshua Moon, Managing Member of Local LLC of Kiwi Farms. The reason this story is important, why I included it, is that this is basically one of the things that has to happen in order for places like YouTube, Twitter, which technically has already started this under Elon, not completely, but it's getting there, because he's depowered the idea for people who have political ties to decide that you get to be unpersoned, and having somebody in the company who will do it on their command. And places like Twitch to become less politicized and more free-speaking. Because the kind of journalists that would cover a story like this would be the kind of people who would then get destroyed by the cathedral. Because they don't like places like Kiwi Farms existing, because of the already pre-opposed stance that they already have about free speech. Because they don't believe in free speech, they believe in draconian speech. For some people, it's as simple as, I don't like the fact that they're talking shit about me on that website. But those people are useful idiots to the people who really want to have control to basically disallow people to go certain places on the internet. They want to have the ability to tell YouTube, because this person talked about me, I decided that what they said in this video is hate speech. Therefore, I want their accounts banned permanently. So imagine, Jay, if you could, that instead of some of the writers on Batwoman being admirable and even taking light on the jokes that you've made about them through how many seasons did the show have? Did it have 3 or 4?
3.
Imagine if one of or multiple writers decided that because you reviewed and were dunking weekly, not just after the show had ended, weekly, live on air, every single time somebody was watching the show, it wasn't because they wanted to watch it because they were a fan. They were watching it to make fun of it with you. They decided, we don't like that JLongbone girl. How many views does she have? How many supporters does she have? Cancel all of them, cancel her, and make sure she can't have the ability to earn a life again. She will never be able to be a person with an account at any major bank ever. That's what they were doing to people like Kiwi Farms. Or, for example, when we made fun of Mayfair Witches and when we published the videos on Interview with the Vampire, imagine if that very queer, very gay white showrunner decided, I don't like that those 2 black people are making fun of my show that I made for queer black people. I want them canceled! Cut his balls off! Cut her titties off! That's what they're doing here. That's the problem. You could blame it on a lot of factors. You could blame it on people like Carlos Maza for being Nepo babies who got to use their parents and their family's power and influence to remain where they are. You could blame it on Hassan and idiots like her, Jaylin, Tipster, any person who's big in the drama sphere who likes to focus specifically on sector-based internet drama because they need the attention as much as they hate it. They can't survive without it. That's the only reason they have popular streams. They're not popular because they're popular. They're popular because they're center of attention and because they're getting mocked. If they lose the spotlight, they lose money. And you could blame it on people like Susan Wojcicki of YouTube for changing the rules from both a push of pressure from people like Pokimane because of criticism videos from people like that of Leafy, thus banning his channel and adding that rule. You could blame it on Gokunaru content bomb Ethan Klein trying to stop people from hearing what he had to say because he didn't like it because he was on his leftist arc, which he's now recovered from. You could blame it on a lot of things, but it all comes down to censorship on the internet. Because without this kind of action, people will eventually come for you. Might not be today, it might not be later, but eventually people will come to fuck with you and they will put a finger in your eye. They will put dirt in your eye because they don't like not having power. That's all this story really is. You can't wait for the inevitable Mayfair Witches Row series. I believe we recorded it, but we haven't done anything about it. Also, hi Jack. We did record it, didn't we? Or did you delete those files already, Jay?
I don't think we ever recorded it.
No, we didn't record it. We watched it. We watched it, and I took screenshots of it. We haven't done an actual react for it. No. My brain was mishing together the 2 shows. But season 2 of Interview with the Vampire will be coming soon, as soon as it premieres in, what was it, May?
Yeah, May.
Season 2 coming soon in May. Gird your loins. It's going to get really gay. Next story. This story is another one that I imagine Dave doesn't care about, but is one that I've already covered. I've already reviewed this on camera. I've already reviewed this on camera. The video is from Richard Lewis. The future of Overwatch is Saudi. So I can simply recap it for you. Just put this on the correct screen. Basically, this news story is a very simple follow-through. Moreover, in esports, Jay, the Saudi Arabian Investment Fund is a group of Saudi Caliphate lords and princes that use their massive wealth of the Qatar and Saudi banks to invest into American sports, specifically electronic sports. The princes really love the first world, and they love having access to the shit that we do. So they bring shit over to them, like a rich kid saying, "Daddy, I want a pony. I don't want any pony. I want a pony that will be prepared and made into a steak by Gordon Ramsay. I don't want him to do it on a show for the F-list. Like, they have money, so they ask for something and it's done. They want to have influence over Saudi Arabia. Because the sports industry in esports is very impoverished when it comes to cash. People being in their basements to big organizations like League of Legends, they want to have the money. They want to have the money from China, but they definitely want to have the money from Saudi Arabia. But remember, Saudi Arabia, as well as Qatar and a bunch of other places, are the kind of places, to say this nicely, if they know that you like having sex with men or women, or they suspect you of being queer, they will give you a free lesson in gravity without a parachute. Let me just say it like that. They will give you a lesson about the third law of Newton by burying you halfway up to your chest in sand and playing the most lethal game of dodgeball of your life. Let me say it like that. Saudi government and the Saudi investment fund started technically with wrestling, pro wrestling, WWE, etc. But now they've moved on to esports because it's a lot easier to control. And basically, they took complete control of a sector of business in the form of Overwatch. They own everything. They own the fans, they own the stadiums, they own the teams, they own the company. Nothing that is done inside of it has no connection to anything else. It's all a big scam cabal, and the Saudis control it. Which for you doesn't mean anything because you don't watch it, but for me, since I actually am a competitor, it basically means you can never get any enjoyment from this ever at all. Period. There's no interest, there's no reason to do it. It's just dead. It's basically the end point of dead internet theory. Because since they're the ones that are making money off of it from owning it 100% and having control over it, because they can basically say, hey, if you don't do business with us, we can just cut you out of the league. They control who gets in, they control what gets out, they control the culture, because if you want to do business with them, you have to abide by their country's rules. So even if you are really big on gay politics and on gay support, gay acceptance, gay rights, you basically need to be silent on that. Now, there's a bunch of people that try to get around it by, instead of saying that it's a pride event, they'll call it a celebration of colors. You know, they'll dress up some in-game cosmetics and some in-game avatars with the pride flag colors as a cheeky way of getting around it, showing, look, we're sticking up to the man, but you're not really. It's like if what's a good terrorist group that people probably know the name of? It's like if Saddam Hussein came back from the grave and Al-Qaeda was to rise again, but instead of trying to destroy America by invading it or killing our soldiers overseas and in a proxy war, they instead bought every single company that you buy products of. They bought the company that makes your makeup, Jay. They bought the company that makes your TV. They bought YouTube. They bought X. They bought a controlling stake in X. And they said, okay, if you want to use this service, you have to play by our rules. And if you don't, fuck you, you're cut out. That's the problem. It's like the gang trying to control horse betting, or the mafia trying to wash their books so they can launder money through any kind of legal operation that would be normal, like through the backside of a restaurant or a butchery. It's the kind of thing that you don't want to see, because if you do like these games, and you do play these games, and you enjoy seeing people play on a competitive level, you basically are being cheated out of a product. If you don't care about it, you're not going to care until it's your thing. And I don't want people to experience what I'm experiencing, because that is lame and stupid. Because it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help anything. And it makes things boring. Because if you think entertainment is boring now, to make this comparable to film and entertainment, imagine, Jay, if literally in the next minute, China took a controlling interest in every single bit of film, game, and industry. And anytime we wanted to have anything, it has to be made by the Chinese industry standard of the home office of the bureau. which their rule is that you have to control things not just by doing what you say, but you also need to input extreme high levels of kernel level detection software in someone's computer in order to use stuff so that we can surveil them. Would you be willing to give China access to your information so you could use YouTube? Jay.
Wait, repeat that last line again.
Would you be willing to allow China to control whether or not you had the ability to make content on your channel so you could have access to your YouTube money and control and see everything you do? Yeah, that's the problem.
Nah.
So when they do that to sports, it's not because they only want to stop at sports. They want to do it in everything. Now, I know you're not big into esports. You do game, but you don't competitively game. But for me, it's a fucking blight, and I hate it. It's a fucking blight, and I hate it. That's all that is. If you want to see that video, I have already reacted to it on my stream, and you should also go and watch it, and you should give him a like. And make sure you tell him that I sent you. Moving on to the next topic. Let's see here. Do you want to talk about my experience watching Miss Marvel and the Marvels? Jay?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, so let me go get through my screenshots and use them as a slideshow. I watched Miss Marvel and the Marvels as content for X last week, and I wanted to blow my motherfucking brains out. Jay came along when I was in episode, I think I was on episode 3 or 4.
You said the Marvels, it's really Miss Marvel, right?
Yes, Miss Marvel is the.
That's right. You watched the movie too. Oh my god,
yeah.
Those they're so mind-numbingly boring. I totally fucking forgot we even did that together.
Mm-hmm. just like how Jay had did it on. Are you still on your phone or are you still on your computer?
No, I'm on my computer now.
Okay, let me bring back up this thing. But when Jay did Echo, I had the idea in my head of, maybe I should watch one of the Disney Plus shows I haven't watched yet. But I wasn't willing to watch Hawkeye, because fuck Hawkeye. Because that was the show that led into Echo. And she had already done Echo, so what's the point of me doing that? Everybody already seen it through her. So I decided, hey, yo, I'm going to watch Miss Marvel, and I'm going to watch the Marvels. Because I hate myself. And I can do that. I can watch that today. I am going to drop the link to my live tweets in the chat, because I have them here on the document. They start on the first episode that I did. And you can clearly see my mental state starts rapidly declining as I'm watching it. In fact, we can go through some of the clips here. Let me go ahead and put that on screen. Boop. Bop. Bada boop. Pow. I know that's the clip to the other thing. Let me click this one up. And we can just listen through some of this all-right pain that I had. Let me give you the link too, so that you can look at it later. Or rather, no, let me just share the screen with you again. So the pain is audible when it first starts. Oh, stop it, please, stop it. I collect these things as a joke, but at the same time, can we stop it with the girl boss faces? The girl boss faces are what make this shit fucking worse. I get so tired of it. It's so fucking lame. The whole fucking, oh man, I'm such a quirky fuck up. I'm such a quirky fuck up. Let me smug to the camera. Come on, guys. Don't I look cool? Don't I look cool in my glasses, in my sunglasses? Friends. Don't I look cool in my sunglasses as I fuck up people's car and look awkward as a teenager? It's not even Valani's fault. She's just an actress being told to do what's in the fucking script. It's the writers that wrote this shit. It's the exact same shit that's in her cringe-ass books that has never fucking worked. have a headache. I have a headache. I have a headache already. I'm not even 5 minutes in. You've already pissed me off. And then, of course, there's the title sequence, which is just a sequence of fucking appearances and signs and labels of Miss Marvel's design, labeled after her book, which is why I know it's going to be a fucking teenage drama. And there's other such examples, like further down. When we get to the episodes, I think the best one I had was, I think, the 1 minute one here. This should be obvious to you all when you see this fucking, because you can already see it on the preview. The Captain America butt. If I had to sum up the show in a general idea, it is exactly the same story that was told in, I believe, one of her older #1 books, told by this exact same team that wrote it for the show, that is featured on the sign of the school building, that is supposed to be the setting of the school. As for the plot of the show, it's supposed to be her origin story, which leads directly into the Marvels. I believe, if I remember correctly, after the conclusion of the plot of the show, where then her white male best friend, who kind of sort of has a thing into her, but she conveniently doesn't return and doesn't have to return his affections because he's going across the state to Caltech, tells her that it's not the magic bangle on her wrist, technically alien technology, that's giving her her powers. She's actually a mutant, and it plays the fucking 90s X-Men Sting. It immediately cuts to 1 week later, and she gets fucking portaled literally into the plot of the Marvels. But to play this clip, like, my guy, why? Like, where do I start? Where should I start? Let's start with the blatant, obvious bullshit sexism. Let's start there. Let's start with the blatant, obvious sexism of the hypocrisy of male actors being ogled, while female actors pretend that they're being ogled in any way, shape, or form that is illegitimate to what the characters they present and are representing and portraying would already be seen as having. Then, just keep in mind the blatant bullshit that has gone on for years. Well, there's back and forth argument about it. I know why this is here. It's shame on y'all for doing it. Yeah, Ms. Marvel's bad. The only good saving grace about the show is one of the characters being entertaining. One which I found the most entertaining is the male character of the friend character and Amani Villani's performance herself, because you could clearly tell that she was really young, or at least she still looked youthfully young when the series was done. But let me get up the picture. Let me get up a slideshow. I'm trying to find the slideshow. There we go. But from what the show was featured for and did, the story is basically girl's family gets a package from her grandma living in, I forgot what the city was, but living across states in basically New Pakistan land, the old country, and in it is a technological bracelet that just so happens in the plot of the Marvels is called a quantum band, which is a thing that creates warp points inside of the Guardians of the Galaxy featured teleport network that is used to cross the galaxy. These bands were created and were used to make said jump points. But she only has one. And this activates her ability to do some bullshit because she's half, as it tells us before they give the bullshit X-Men tie-in, it's because she is half something called a clandestine, which is a type of alien. And that they come from a place called the Nord Dimension, which is like a layer of dimension that lays upon the human world that is unperceived except through portals that can be used to go there. It's like pure energy. The clandestines outside of their dimension can't access their oh, thank you, Nick. Yes, happy V-Day, indeed. When they're outside the Nord Dimension, they can't use their full abilities. But there's another boy that's like Kamala by the name of Kamran, which very, very poor name, who ends up inheriting his mother's powers because his mother's group of rogue clandestines, alongside her great-grandmother, were people who were looking for the quantum band for the purposes of getting back home to the Nord Dimension. It's not explained in the show whether or not they were the people who were a part of the group that made the warp network or not, but magical bullshit happens, and also she deals with teenage drama bullshit issues. The kinds of things that can easily be solved if you just have a conversation with your friend who you're clearly avoiding because you think this alien boy is hot, but she didn't know he was an alien yet. And then she gets thrust into MCU level bullshit. Then she travels back in time, randomly, because her family has a long-told story about the fact that the way that her mother, when they were leaving during their version of apartheid, how she didn't get lost in the crowd and separated from her family, was that a bangle and a bundle of stars, I think that's how they described it, was brought her back home to the train. But lo and behold, because the quantum band is used to travel across space and time, she basically hopped across space and time to create a grandfather paradox that caused that event to happen, which inadvertently tears a hole into the Nord Dimension, which they wanted to use to go home, but they get dusted with a really corny, Buffy-esque dying animation. So the mother passes her abilities on to Cameron, the son, who I'm trying to get the copies of because all these pictures I sent to Jay and I did not save locally on my computer. And then it's a big shooty bang bang ending to the show as he squares off with the police because the Department of Damage Control, as featured in She-Hulk, comes around and tries to lock him up and her up because they know that she's a superpowered individual. This agency and one of the members, specifically this time not a male, but a female agent, acts basically like a stand-in for a fusion of ICE and a Donald Trump-like border patrol. Evil, we're going to experiment on them and hold them hostage in parole agency. For some reason, they get really explicitly racist and Islamophobic because in their investigation to try and hunt them down, they assume that they're being protected by the Muslim community. And they make it very clear that, you see, it's just like if we're hunting people. You shouldn't hunt people. However, unlike in most stories, the villain in this case is actively told, do not do the thing you're trying to do. And she does it anyways. And then gets the call from her superior, yes, your ass is shit-canned, get the fuck out of there so I can clean your goddamn mess. So, unlike in most situations, the villain immediately had comeuppance for trying to hunt down the hero. Although, it is literally all caused because she wanted to go to a fucking convention, ironically enough. This then leads directly into the Marvels, where we are given kind of a Rashomon situation. From where each of the characters are, Miss Marvel, Spectrum, who they make a joke throughout the entirety of the film to not give a code name to match the Marvel's theme, and Kamala Khan, are going about their lives. I forget. No, Maria Rambeau. Maria is in space working with what was originally named Sword, which has now been renamed Saber for some fucking reason. Because MCU, we dictate the changes necessary. Captain Marvel is out doing peace treaties with the Kree on behalf of the Skrulls on one of the refugee planets that she's helped house them on. This happening either, I think, did you say it was before or after Secret Invasion? Jay? Did you say that this was happening before or after the plot of the Marvels, before or after Secret Invasion? Or was it during Secret Invasion?
Oh, I think this was before Secret Invasion?
Okay. Because if it happens the way that it happens, it's like, because Marvel ends up getting the Skrulls involved and exiled from the place that she was trying to work with them to their home from. Because the plot of the film is that Captain Marvel went back to Hala, the people who were basically keeping her a brainwashed slave with superpowers, and killed the Grand Intelligence after the ending of the Captain Marvel film. She ended up fucking up the planet because she did so, and made everything worse. So, Dar-Ben, a woman who doesn't look very much like a Kree, but looks a lot more like if you took a random black actress, gave her orange-like skin, although she wasn't really that orange. She wasn't like orange. It just felt like it was a really bad skin tan. With grills in her mouth, decided or was given the position of becoming the supreme leader of the planet to try and stop them from an apocalypse-level ending of their way of life. They didn't have any water, they didn't have a sun, and they were losing atmosphere. She uses the one quantum bangle that she finds on another planet to basically create and ransack hyper jump points that are forced open for the purposes of stealing what resources they need from other planets that have them. That, ironically enough, are also planets that have done business or are planets that are favored by Captain Marvel. Because of the fact that they end up touching, Captain Marvel and Monica Rambeau, these destabilized hyper jump points that have been tampered with by that quantum band in Dar-Ben's possession, and because Kamala Khan is wearing that quantum band when it happens, their abilities get quantum entangled. Because, technically, Captain Marvel's powers is to control light photons, Spectrum's powers is to control anything that is radiation-based in the electromagnetic spectrum and the light-based spectrum, and Miss Marvel's powers are, instead of the Mr. Fantastic form of stretchy abilities, is like a light-based photon projection version of those powers. She can still embiggen her limbs, but instead of it being like Mr. Fantastic, it's more like a power suit of hard light that she can project from her body and use in whatever way she wants to. She could make footfalls to step on, to literally like walk across the air. She could make a weapon out of hard light and use it like a pole to spin around on to kick people. She could use it as a way of breaking her fall or gaining elevation. She could use it in any constructive way that she can imagine, as well as a way to expand it from her limbs and to use it as a protective shield. Over the course of the film, they try to go about discovering things and doing things to keep people safe. And it gets really dumb the further it goes. And yes, kind of like Green Lantern, but it's less about her having the force of will in doing it, and more because they wanted to spin the angle of being X-Men. Because in the endgame credit, in the after scene credits, there is a tie-in to the fact that after the actions of the film, Spectrum is basically stuck in a dimension where the X-Men are a thing and exist, because Lashana Lynch is appearing as a version of Binary in that universe. And they have Kelsey Grammer showing up as a CGI version of the Beast. They have that whole thing going. But at some point in the film, when shit starts getting serious, it gets Kamala's family involved because they get attacked At the same time, because they keep using their powers in a way that starts endangering her family, because she ends up pulling people that Captain Marvel is fighting to her home. So then Nick Fury has to come take care of her, and some random black guy who is obviously from New Asgard, who is the stand-in for Maria Hill, because, you know, diversity. They try to do their best to stop Dar-Benn, but they're out of sync with their abilities. So in order to get in sync with their abilities, they have a montage. And the funniest clips and reactions from the film come from those scenes. I kept sitting here and I didn't even fucking have the shit saved. God damn you, Carl. But I will show you. Pick one. Pick two. Pick three. And while I'm doing this, what was your opinion about both the series and the film, Jay? Jay? Jay?
Oh wait, I muted myself. Yeah, I thought the movie was terrible, but also boring, and the show was just boring. It was Marvel. Like, it wasn't terrible, but like it wasn't necessary.
For me, I could tolerate the show. I could tolerate the show because I knew what it was, because I already knew what the comic was. Because, as we've had talked about before, the way that the MCU treats characters is they try to find a way to justify them existing without necessarily earning them existing in the explicitness of content. When they bring characters in, they usually do it as a way to, now I got the pictures up, they do it as a way to create reaction shots of what's going on rather than of anything necessary to actually mattering. Let me put this on a faster millisecond. So these are screen caps from specifically, ooh, that's too fast. These are screen caps from specifically Miss Marvel that I have on screen here. Let me put this at 1500. There you go, 1500 milliseconds. These are screenshots from Miss Marvel, and this is basically every single time there's a scene that has to do with characters. I have it. Hold on, I have it up on my OBS. You've seen these pictures. You know what they look like.
I probably don't remember it though.
Hold on. I'll just repost them to you. It's these ones. These are apparently the only 4 that I took. This one is obviously the one that I used in the thumbnail, alongside.
Yeah, I remember the last one. Yeah,
that. Alongside the one that I used from the Marvels, because apparently I didn't take the screen cap of that one green screen effect, so I'm gonna go chase that one down real quick. But it's basically what you would expect from a do nothing, no reason to exist, fucking MCU Disney Plus show. Characters are there. They have so much heart. It's such a show that's focused on the characters and the characters experiencing the world and just living their life. Blah 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 blah. And then it devolves into the MCU level, potentially dangerous threat, and then it goes back to the status quo. Except in this case, it was a direct bleed into, and now we're immediately doing the Marvels. The one picture here, the one of Cameron, the brown-skinned looking fellow, is that his mother, since she was Norian, clandestine, and he was half clandestine, when she ended up getting killed by the Nor Dimension portal, when she was being told by Kamala that she needed to get out of there, but she also needed to close it, which was the fastest villain turnaround that I think I've seen in MCU history so far. Like, literally, I'm gonna sacrifice my life because you're right. I should be trying to live for justice and things because I abandoned my son and now he's out there and he's gonna get these powers randomly and now become a potential fucking ward of the state fleeing custody. He randomly gets powers that are like hers, but they're colored green. And because he is emotional that his mother got killed, not by any fault of Kamala and not by any fault of anybody else, including this Assassin's Creed-esque faction called, was it the Red Scarf? I think it was called the Red Scarf, right?
I have no idea.
Whose secret base was in the back of a restaurant. He is trying to escape the Department of Damage Control by hiding out in the boy best friend's house, which they unironically try to bomb with a missile that blows up the Circle K stand-in Quickie Mart, Quickie Q I think they called it, with extreme prejudice. Which would then lead me to the question of, why the fuck hasn't that woman been fired before she tried to do the siege on the school? Because I can't show you the scene, unfortunately. It would get the stream copyright and taken down. But I need you to imagine this, chat. He sneaks into his bedroom, right? Or rather, not he sneaks into his bedroom. He finds him where he's locking up for the night. And he gets to the guy. And it's right after he gets his powers because his mother sacrifices herself. And he has been unironic, well, not ironically, but not even jokingly, because he didn't realize it was his name until he corrected him. He has been calling the boy best friend the wrong name the entire fucking time. And he sympathetically and fully apologizes to him for getting his name wrong and making him feel like a dick. And when the drone spying on them sees him in the window, it tries to kill them with a missile, and instead blows up his entire business, which of course gets back to the characters, and the characters are freaking out, but then they reconnect at the school, and then the bullshit happens. But they're looking for what they claim is a armed and lethally dangerous subject. So they almost kill a civilian in the process of doing so. Kind of like a GUN drone in Sonic the Hedgehog. It unironically happens so fast, you don't even have a chance to comprehend that it's happening until the exact moment that it cuts to black because the episode ends. It is so fucking crazy that I was completely flabbergasted when it happened. I was so dumbstruck by the sheer level of violence. But the one thing that I did find refreshing and entertaining outside of Villani's performance is that this show basically was attempting to do and successfully did what Miss Marvel succeeded and was successfully capable of doing what She-Hulk could fucking not. I'm not sure if you guys have watched the She-Hulk review in a bit, or if you've revisited those episodes, but I would encourage you after this, not only to watch my content and Jay's content about all the things that we're talking about here, but also to go specifically rewatch the ending of She-Hulk, and how they chose to do that very stupid sequence about talking to the creator, the AI that was clearly a stand-in for Kevin Feige. They did in the show what the, quote, writers of the show wanted to do with She-Hulk. They made their story about their little drama, about their characters. The characters got in danger and trouble. There were stakes. There was a narrative. There was a plot. There was an arc of learning, not just for characters, but for people in general. And they left things on an open-ended note where the Miss Marvel character, as well as all these other characters, may or may not appear again in another MCU film. It was a whole, complete narrative. They had a beginning, they had a middle, they had an end. More or less, the arc of her character, of Kamala Khan, is that Kamala cannot see eye to eye with her parents. She feels isolated, and she feels neglected because they pour all of their attention into the oldest child, her brother, who's getting married to a black woman, who also is a convert to their faith because she's getting married. And she brings along her black family. It's a whole fucking thing. It was actually a pretty decent and okay scene because that's what an interracial family wedding would look like. It would look like two cultures coming together, learning to embrace whatever they want to do. It was kind of nice. The fact that they didn't make a point about it and they didn't make a stink about it, like they did about the clear we're harassing the Muslims shit, was so many leagues beyond better than what they always do when they do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was happy that they didn't make a point of it. Granted, it's also stupid as fuck that then it leads to a very stupid action scene that shouldn't be happening, but whatever. Her character arc basically happens in a way that instead of it at being da 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 and then she gets powers, instead it's that Kamala Khan is being told by her best friend, who's been working on her Captain Marvel costume, to go to a Marvel Con, or excuse me, it's Avengers Con, to go to the Avengers Con, celebrating all of the Avengers that have been in the films, all four of them, that were involved with destroying Thanos. She wants to go there, and he tells her that she needs to get some kind of je ne sais quoi to make her outfit stand out. Because she has the really tight-fitting, gay-ass version of the Captain Marvel suit. Because there's a costume contest scene where they have basically a Captain Marvel version, a Miss Marvel, Carol Danvers era version, a Monica Rambeau, I believe it's not Photon or Pulsar. It's some P word, I'm forgetting. Somebody who has Google open can correct me. Era version of the suit. Basically, different versions of the suit in various different forms of dress and undress. With one of the, like, kind of, sort of, maybe kind of bully characters being one of the people there who gets saved by Kamala Khan inadvertently because of the powers of the Bengal, which she does get a handle on after this shit happens. Oops, excuse me. I need to go to the bathroom. 1 second. Be right back. I'll be right back, sir. I'll be right back. And hand sanitizer. But, she goes from having a relationship with her parents that is strained where her mother quite literally says, "Why can't you just be like the normal people and do things and behave like a normal girl?" to trusting her daughter to have independence. And because of the bridge that she is able to build between her mother and her grandmother, who already knew all this shit about the alien bullshit, and about the Nora dimension, and about her great-grandmother and whatever, allows them to reconnect on a level to where her and her mother and father can reconnect on a level that rebuilds their personal family relationship and allows them to become like the tight-knit ethnic family that doesn't have any problems and doesn't fight anymore kind of trope. Which actually does play into the reason why they get involved with Nick Fury in the Marvels. Because since the fight that happens that directly starts the power-swapping shenanigans of the film, they basically decimate their New Jersey home. It completely gets destroyed in the fight by all three heroes trying to fight off the people that were after Captain Marvel, being called not the Annihilator through the film because of the destruction of Hala that she created, destroying the Great Intelligence. And she gets taken along, they get taken along, with Nick Fury into the Saber satellite base that's orbiting the Earth. All of that leads into the Marvels, and then leads into the very goofy section, which they do a bunch of things involving stuff. And because it was a vehicle to get to the movie, it feels really bad when it comes to the development and the friendship between the three actresses. Because there was obviously there were obviously situations and scenes that must have been tense to film because they happened behind the way that made the Marvels. Just go through my search history, should be there. That happened in the production of the film because there were a lot of pauses that happened because of the fights that were happening between Larson and the black actress whose name I can't remember. So, whenever they're on screen with each other, it very much feels like they're just trying to tolerate each other and not make fights with each other. And one of those really hilarious sequences happens during that bonding moment where the actresses have to basically do the quirky training montage between each other. I'm trying to get to the point where this one is. Making sure I don't skip over it too fast. Oh, Lord have mercy, I wish I would stop coughing. I'm sorry for the dead air view. I'm just trying to find it. I want you guys to see this particular face that the actress makes when this shit happens. Okay, so this scene right here. I was right in the middle of the film. Okay, found it. I unfortunately cannot show this to you, but I will show you the screenshot of it. There we go. And I will replace it with that picture. There we go. And it's this particular picture right here. One of the things that became very glaringly obvious while watching the Marvels is the extremely bad green screen that they had on the set that they were working with. As you can see on the picture here. The keying behind her hair is clearly not making blend with the background that her head is showing up on. If I could show it to you in motion, you would see her head bob back up out of frame and clearly setting on the back set of a mat of a green screen that is being keyed out behind her hair that is standing out because her hair is so big and voluminous. Voluminous. And it is because of this that it made me cackle really loud inside because of this particular part of the film. This particular part of the film is where I could see the idea for what they wanted to go for and how I thought the premise could work, but they eventually abandoned it towards the end of the film for the reasons of abandoning the Spectrum character in the X-Men universe. But this particular section of the film, where you see the actresses trying to do hopscotch and princess training to synchronize each other so that when they use their powers, they won't be out of sync and put each other in danger. It's moments like this in the film that made it like, okay, this might be cringe, but it's kind of an okay film just for this part, but other than that, it's really bad. That, in and of itself, of which the other screenshot you saw from you saw in the thumbnail, is pretty much the only salvageable things in the film. The plot is not great. The character focus on Delaney is amazing. The other black actress does really good, but Brie Larson is a fucking wet doornail. She is a fucking wet doornail that, for reasons only explained by the villain is absorbing power by you touching the bangle on her wrist. That was fucking retarded. Because of that, they can't just immediately solve the threat by Captain Marvel knocking her fucking head off. Because she, for some reason, every single time she gets into a clash with her, she tries to overpower her by grabbing her fucking arms. Never grabbing like above where the bangle is. She always specifically grabs her forearm and tries to put energy into it. Which meant that the only way this villain could kill herself was that she had to kill herself by using the quantum bangles together when she inevitably gets them away from them in the 3-way, 3-on-1 super cool fight that we saw from the trailer. Which then leads to the heart-on-heart and then the official bromance, sistermance, romancing of the Sister Stone, of Captain Marvel and Miss Marvel that we get to see in the movie. I felt horrible having wasted my time watching them, but getting the greater context of having watched it, I can tell you for a certain fact that you should not pay for it and you should not watch it, and to definitely skip it, and to watch it when it either goes free or on piracy, because it is indignant and is example of the quality of what the MCU currently is at right now, in the MCU phase that they're stuck in. It's all women, all the time, including the villains, but we can't have any real superpowered big SmackDown events, because if we did, that would involve the actors getting in fistfights with each other, and we can't have them do their stunts. There's no men in here. So instead, the villain will off themselves, and then we'll have a really big cry session as somebody gets lost in another dimension. I was not a fan. I was not a fan, chat. I was not a fan. And Jay, that was, you already gave your opinion of both things, right? Hey?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, not great, but the sequence in the middle of the film is at least worth a watch if you can pirate it. My teeth hurt. My teeth hurt from how much I'm coughing. Anyways. I'm gonna skip over the Stellar Blaze news because I know you don't care about Stellar Blade. I would like to instead talk about the Deadpool 3 trailer. Have you already seen it? I know I sent you the link last night, but did you actually watch it yet? Okay. Jay, okay.
God damn it, I muted myself again. Yeah, I've seen it. You can still talk about it though.
Okay. I will just show it for the chat who may not have seen it yet, because if you haven't seen this, boy, are you going to be probably disappointed by what you see here. I'll give you guys a hint. They're getting the TVA involved in this again. Reasons nobody understands. Just getting rid of the size low. And then bringing this up, and bringing this up. Boop, bop, bada boop, beep. Should be on this window. Yeah, this window.
Happy.
Damn it. I hate when it does that.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, okay. It's been a challenging few years, for sure. But I'm happy. That is because of each and every one of you. I'm the luckiest man alive.
Make a wish, buddy.
Wade Wilson? Who's asking? Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that supposed to be scary? Pegging isn't new for me, friendo, but it is for Disney.
Mr. Wilson, you appear to have soiled yourself while unconscious.
I wasn't unconscious. Who are you? Why am I here?
Walk with me. Wade, you are special. This is your chance to be a hero among heroes.
I smell what you're stepping in, Sensei. Your little cinematic universe is about to change forever. I'm the Messiah. I am Marvel Jesus.
For anybody who's wondering, yes, that is a 20th Century Fox logo in the background of that scene. That was probably the first thing that caught my eye when I saw this trailer, on top of the TVA. But I want to know what particular part of Loki, if this has anything to do with the TVA that Loki is involved with. I imagine it's probably not. It could be another dimension or another version of the TVA, which wouldn't make sense because the TVA would be under the control of Hunter B-52 and Morbius. But they are definitely going to do meta jokes about the fact that Disney acquired 20th Century Fox. That's definitely happening. It's definitely happening.
this part.
Wait!
Don't just stand there, you ape. Give me a hand up. Nope, I'm actually okay. Thank you very much.
What can I say about this that I haven't already said? For one, I love that Ryan Reynolds was able to get Hugh Jackman to get into athletic bodybuilding shape just so that he could be able to reprise his role as a version of Wolverine. Because we know it's not going to be the version that everybody's remembered from the Foxmen or from Logan, because those are done stories. And I like the fact that they're not trying to rip those stories back open, because it was already done. They don't gotta fuck with it no more. But if they're gonna do the thing they're gonna do, and they're gonna try to involve Deadpool, I don't think it's gonna be rated hard R. I don't think they're gonna get an R rating for it, because it's Marvel. But this is this opportunity that they often like to brag about when people say, the show is making fun of itself. It's lampshading on purpose because they're calling out the joke. The writers are in on the joke. This is the opportunity where, for all the accusations that have been made by anybody who's a part of the Fandom Menace, who's been a host or that's been a guest or a host of Friday Night Tights, who has ever made a criticism of the MCU, can have that criticism addressed and made fun of, not because they're making fun of the fact that you saw that, but they will be pointing fun at themselves for once through the mouth of Deadpool to make it happen. This is their opportunity to address every single thing that has been seen as a market cliche, and as a running gag that has ran on for far too long, and make something that invigorates people to be interested in the MCU, if for no other reason than the inclusion of Ryan Reynolds. It is great that Hugh Jackman allowed him that, because without Ryan Reynolds doing what he did, which is keeping Deadpool alive and making the franchise have potential, not only to get a movie, not only to get a sequel, but to get a threequel, where there will actually be Wolverine on screen in his titular yellow costume. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. It is lovely. I like it, but I want them to do more. It's not. They have my interest, but they don't have my attention yet. That's what I feel, because maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but I don't know if they'll stick the landing. If they can stick the landing, it'll be fine. But if they don't, then it's shit. You know what I'm saying, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many things that they've fucked up on before that should have been easy slam dunks when they first started Disney Plus. WandaVision was a very simple, straight up slam dunk. They could have played it straight with making a old-style television show, but instead they fucked around and wasted the concept. They wasted the true coming into her power of the Scarlet Witch, which was then further wasted in Multiverse of Madness, along with any hook that had anything to do with Baron Mordo, because that scene where she's in the orchard was supposed to also involve his head, since he was supposed to be hunting Doctor Strange, and that plotline went nowhere. Then they did the failure that was She-Hulk, and all that's achieved is making Daredevil look like a pansy who can't do his job well, and somehow is not fighting well against Echo in Echo's show, as well as just having a bad introduction to the MCU, which will then lead to a bad introduction with Daredevil Born Again, which they did walk back that they wanted to do a full scraping, They want to bring in the characters that were reprising their roles from the Netflix variation of Daredevil. We won't know what's going to happen truly there until we see it, but we'll hopefully see that they follow through with it. And then for every single thing, I'm not going to include What If, because What If is obviously an otherworld story that doesn't involve anything to do with it. It's just them using animated spectacle for animated spectacle. From there, they fucked up every single show that was supposed to be an origin point for somebody else, just to replace them with a younger version of themselves. Kate Bishop replacing Hawkeye, WandaVision fucking off into the Great Blue Yonder. In the case of Love and Thunder, setting up Kid Eternity for the Young Avengers. Setting up, at the end of She-Hulk, the involvement of Hulk's kid son, who looks like a fucking 16-year-old who's supposed to look like he's 12, or he's supposed to be aged 12. Yada 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 yada. Along with the failures of the Eternals and whatnot. If they have the ability to make it work, they can have the ability to make it good, and they can make it not dog shit. But as it stands, until they show me something that I can really get behind, I really find myself on the out, not truly sure what will happen next. Because realistically, what should happen is that Kevin Feige should give control to Ryan Reynolds and let him do whatever it is he needs to do to make the movie successful. That's what should happen. It remains to be seen if he will do that. And, because my tooth is starting to kind of hurt, what story would you like to end on? Or do you think we should end it there? Because the last story that I want to cover is the Vince McMahon sex pest story of the WWE. Do you have anything?
Well, you said your tooth was hurting, so I guess we should just cap it here.
I mean, I guess that works. Unless you had a story of your own that you really wanted to talk about.
No.
Okay. So, we have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming by for this episode of the Fried Chicanery podcast. We will probably be doing this weekly. I don't think we should set it weekly for Wednesday. What day do you want to do it on?
I don't even know, because, like, my schedule is so sporadic, it's depending on when I'm doing videos.
We can talk about it later. You don't have to give me an answer now. We can talk about it later. But we will be seeing you all. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. And when we do, if you would, for one, like to be able to support the show, or support myself or Jay, the links can be found in the description box below. If you want to support the show, you can be able to do so by giving any kind of support to any of the common places where you can support Carl. Just go ahead and pull that screen up. Because you have to remember, it is a terrible thing to let a Carl go to waste. You can be able to support on Twitch, on Ko-fi, on Subscribestar, or now on YouTube members. And that money will not only go to improving the show, but it will also go to keeping me out of the poorhouse. Because I don't like being poor or homeless. And if you want to be able to make sure that you can have a spot on the show to talk about something with us, if you have the opportunity to do so, you can do so by being able to support directly, and just make sure to get in touch with me or one of my moderators so that we can set up whatever content it is that you would like done. If this is doing a live stream about a topic that you want to cover, or you would like to be a special guest for the podcast about a particular topic that you happen to know a lot about, that you want to talk about because you think it is important for us to see, please communicate that, and we can set that up however you need be. And above all else, if you want to be able to help with supplying information to the show, and you are not already there, consider joining the Discord for Single Player Carl and the Fried Chicanery Novas. Because if you would like to add ideas to the show, you can post them in the podcast ideas section, and I and the moderators will go through them and figure out which ones are good for content and which ones we will use for stream content. But I have been Single Player Carl, and she has been JLongbone. And we are tired. I know I'm tired. Are you tired?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let the sweet sounds of the City Pop guitar play you out. And remember to spay and neuter your pets. Try to be cool. And remember, we love you. And if you don't love yourself, you should. Because everybody should. Goodbye, everybody. Wave to the people, Jay. Goodbye, everyone. And for anybody who had missed the show while it was live, do not worry. VODs of the podcast will go up on the Fried Chicanery podcast channel after they have gone live here. They will also still stay up on the channel, but they will go there in the repository as an archive. Goodbye, everyone.